Twins are in the midst of playing 9 straight games at home. Tonight is the 8th game in that stretch, and it is the 2nd in this series against the Red Sox. Boston won 2-0 last night, giving the Twins back-to-back losses. That has happened 4 other times this season, but the Twins have yet to lose 3 in a row. They are the only team in Major League Baseball without a 3-game losing streak. Good evening. Welcome to Target Field. I'm Marnie Gellner. The Twins clubhouse has been very even-keeled this season, even after losses. Rocco Baldelli, in fact, encourages music after losses. He really wants his players to learn from those games, but he also wants them to move on quickly, to turn the page and to get to the next day, and with that attitude very quickly. And the Twins have done so very successfully this season. When you look at the numbers after losses, 18-5 after a loss. That's after 1 loss. In those games, the Twins are averaging 6 runs a game. They've hit 48 homers. After back-to-back losses, the Twins are 4-0, scoring nearly 5 runs per game. And the pitchers, after back-to-back losses, have an ERA of 2. The Twins really know how to bounce back after a loss.
It's a new day every day. It's 162 game. You lose, you win. Everybody feel happy when you win. Now I think everybody is strong to when you lose 2 games. It's different game today, a new game every day.
Coming up, Michael Pineda was very good in his last start, hoping to build some momentum off of that and use it against the Red Sox here tonight.
Fox Sports North is by Sanford Orthopedics and Sports Medicine for the everyday competitor in all of us. By Northland Ford. Visit buyfordnow.com and your local Northland Ford dealer today. And by Wisconsin Dells, the water park capital of the world.
It's another beautiful June evening in downtown Minneapolis. Game 2 between the Boston Red Sox and the Minnesota Twins. David Price has been pitching really well for the Boston Red Sox until his last start. He'll make the start for the Red Sox here tonight, and he'll be facing right-hander Michael Pineda, hoping to improve his mark over his last 6 starts to 3-0 with an ERA of under 4. And we welcome you to Target Field. Dick Bremer along with Jack Morris. Yeah, we do have an interesting pitching matchup because David Price had been pitching so well up until his last start. Meanwhile, Michael Pineda may have come up with his finest start as a Twin in his last start.
Yeah, and like last night's game where we had 2 very good pitchers, tonight kind of the same thing. 2 teams that are playing very well. Who's going to come out on top? We're hoping that somehow the Twins offense comes to life and Michael Pineda has a lot of say in what happens in this game, and I really appreciate the fact that he's getting at least 6 innings out of him most of the time. Every team, I think, would accept that from their number 5 starter.
Well, the Twins held without a home run last night. They were held without a run last night. See if they can get that turned around here tonight in Game 2 against Boston. Baseball's best offense off last night, but the bats were kept quiet in the opener. Instead, an old-fashioned pitcher's duel broke out as Rick Porcello and company shut out the Twins. Tonight, Minnesota looks to avoid that elusive 3rd straight loss as Michael Pineda looks to build off his best start of the season. That great start was against the Seattle Mariners. 5 2/3 innings, only 2 hits allowed, only 2 walks allowed. And this is 2 starts after he was essentially skipped in the rotation, put on the 10-day injured list. Alex Cora, of course, in his rookie season as Red Sox manager, saw the Red Sox win 2/3 of their games, 108 games during the regular season, and then they zipped their way through the playoffs and the World Series as well. The Menards batting order has Mookie Betts leading off, Andrew Benintendi, J.D. Martinez, Rafael Devers, Xander Bogaerts, Brock Holt, Michael Chavis, Jackie Bradley Jr., and Christian Vasquez.
Tonight's starting pitcher stats are brought to you by Home Furniture, and Michael Pineda getting the nod for the Twins tonight. His 14th start of the season. Dick just mentioned through 13 starts, Pineda only issued 13 walks in about 70 innings pitched. That's 3rd fewest among American League pitchers with that same amount of innings pitched. he attacks the strike zone. He challenges hitters. We'll see if he can miss some bats tonight.
Particularly in the first inning when the Red Sox had a mini ambush on Jose Barrios, getting 3 singles to score 1 run, and the Twins were shut out. Strike 1 over the inside corner to Mookie Betts. Benintendi and Martinez will follow. Swung on and missed. Pineda pitched okay in June. Basically gave the Twins a quality start in 5 starts. Nothing wrong with that. And on 3 pitches, Pineda puts Betts away. 1 down. Twins out in the field with some roster moves, a little bit of a different look, although the starting lineup is similar to what we've seen, except for Jake Cave in center field. He was called up today with Buxton going on the injured list. Rosario in left, Marwin Gonzalez in right. Sano, Polanco, Scope, and Crone the infielders, and Mitch Garber behind the plate. Jake getting the cover off the ball down in Rochester over the last 3-4 weeks. Foul back, a strike.
Just like we predicted, Mike Pineda coming out and throwing strikes, fastballs. 3 pitches to Betts, and now strike 1 to Benintendi.
Drifts outside, 1-1. Benintendi smashed the ball off the wall in right field, tried to stretch it into a double. He was thrown out by Gonzalez, so he was given credit for a single even though he made it out. Swung on and missed, an off-speed pitch, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, real good change up there. You saw the movement, the way the ball faded down and away. Adding and subtracting.
Pop foul and out of play.
Yeah, you mentioned that play last night. Marwin Gonzalez in right field played the wall perfectly and made an accurate throw to second base to get Benintendi. Saved a potential run for Jose Barrios.
2-2.
First breaking ball of the game there.
His 2 starts in June have been just a touch better than they were in May. May was better than April and March. Whacked into right center field, a base hit. Benintendi's aboard with a 1-out single. Twins made 2 roster moves today. We've been saying for some time that the Twins had a major league ready outfielder in Jake Cave and a major league ready infielder in Luis Arraez in Rochester, and boom, they both showed up today.
Well, there's a message there for all kids that are in pro baseball and they get moved up and down, and you know the setbacks never fun, but play well and you'll get recalled, and that's exactly what happened to those 2 guys.
Sanford Health Injury Report. Adrianza going through a bit of what he went through last year when he was put on the, last year they called it the disabled list, with a lower intestinal issue. 1-0 to JD Martinez.
JD had a slow start, but things are picking up for him. You see the home runs getting back into the range that he's used to. Batting average over 300.
Boston lineup that before last night had built a 5-game winning streak, averaging nearly 8 runs a game. Barrios gave up 1 over 8 innings. Parker gave up a 9th inning run. Down the line, but it'll hook foul. 1-1. Red Sox as a team got off to a slow start. So did Martinez, but he's recovered nicely.
Yeah, we were just talking about how his month of June has really recovered. Shady has faced Michael Pineda 6 times. He's 2 for 6, 3 strikeouts, and no 6 at bats.
Nice pickup by Polanco out there, and a double play. Brilliantly started by the Twins shortstop. 6-4-3, and the Red Sox sent just 3 men to the plate in the first. Hoping to even the series at a game apiece, and yes, it's remarkable. It's June 18th. This team has not lost 3 in a row yet this year. The Menards batting order: Jorge Polanco, Mitch Garver, Nelson Cruz, Eddie Rosario, C.J. Cron, Marwin Gonzalez, Miguel Sano, Jake Cave, and Jonathan Scope.
Tonight's Red Sox starting pitcher stats are brought to you by Home Furniture. David Price getting the nod tonight. You see his numbers this year. He's faced the Tigers a whole bunch in his career since 2012. Is 9-2, 4-4 here at Target Field. He won the Cy Young in 2012, and he's a 5-time All-Star.
Up and away, ball 1. Normal leadoff batter Max Kepler not playing against the lefty. And a strike. 1-1. Price has been really tough throughout his career, particularly now against lefties. There's about a 100-point spread in his splits between righties and lefties. Roller through the hole, and Polanco gets a base hit.
Keeping that streak alive.
Well, since it was a hot topic, Polanco's willingness to bunt helped him get a base hit there, because the third baseman was playing in, and maybe that was the difference between a hit or an out.
Well, it's a difference in a game too. He's hitting from the right side against David Price. Whole different situation, but he beat him to his left side. Third baseman is Devers, Rafael Devers.
And now Mitch Garver.
David Price has got one of the simplest, shortest windups and stretches in baseball. I mean, it's basically motionless other than stepping to the plate and throwing the ball.
We see Kyle Gibson do something similar from the right side, and both pitchers, when there is a runner at third base, Gibson has to declare whether he's pitching from the stretch or the windup, because there is so little movement.
It's a tendency with tall pitchers trying to simplify their mechanics. Don't get too spread out, don't have a lot of motion. Just a simple leg picked up. See the extension out in front, the hips get through. Pretty good fielding position there for David after he releases the baseball.
And now down in 2-1 to Mitch Garver.
I asked you this question, and I think we can kind of open it up for conversation for anybody listening, is of all the Twins this year, and we have a lot of candidates, who has made the biggest improvement from last year? And my vote goes to this guy right here. What he's done at the plate especially is major changes. He's a legitimate threat, hitting in the second spot in the lineup.
And that's outside 3-1, and the biggest improvement has been in hitting left-handed pitching. Last year, Garver hit just .227. What he's done against lefties this year: the on-base percentage .477, damage just 37 at bats, but 6 extra base hits, 2 doubles, a triple, and 3 home runs against lefties. And now a hitter's count, 3-1. Thought it was ball 4, and instead Jeremy Rehak says it's strike 2.
Well, sometimes you get the call, sometimes you don't. That one went against Mitch Garver.
Twins have lost 2 in a row because they failed to capitalize on the scoring opportunities they've had. They had many of them in the series finale against Kansas City. Just a few last night. See what they can do with this leadoff single by Polanco. And now 3-2 to Garver. High fly, right field. Betts comes in. 1 down. Check out the Red Sox in the outfield, and they, like the Twins, have a really good defensive outfield. Benintendi's in left, Bradley's in center, Mookie Betts is in right. Devers, Bogarts, Holt, and Chavis, the infielders. Christian Vasquez doing the catching.
Yeah, there's a few changes that go around the infield for Boston, but that outfield is pretty well established. That's the outfield they use primarily on a day-to-day basis, and they're young and they're athletic.
Here is Cruz. Inside, ball 1. One and 0 to Nelson Cruz. And that's off the plate. Price has been really good for a long time. He is many things. He's also a former teammate of the Twins manager. Rocco Baldelli was towards the end of his career with the Tampa Bay Rays when Price was beginning his. Went to the World Series together in 2008 before losing to the Phillies. Checked his swing. We'll see if he went. Yep, says Jim Reynolds.
Well, these two guys have been matched up a few times. 33 plate appearances that Nelson Cruz has had against David Price. He's 9 for 31, a .290 batting average.
Fly ball right center field. And Betts almost where he caught Garver's ball. He catches Cruz's ball. 2 down.
Tonight's Pizza Ranch for the win. How about David Price making him work a little bit, elevate his pitch count, keep him out there, put the pressure on David.
Well, now Rosario will hit. We mentioned that Price has been so tough against left-handed hitters, and yet Rosario 5 for 9 against him.
He's got the highest batting average of any Twins hitter in the lineup tonight off of David Price. Of course, there's a lot more at bats by a couple of veteran players.
Over the outside edge. 0-1. Price under contract for 3 more years after this year's year with the Red Sox, and you know, he's pitched pretty well. He hasn't had a disappointing stay in Boston at all. Strike 2 is gone.
I think his stock really went up in Boston after last year's postseason.
My goodness. Jeremy Rehack with a couple of generous strike calls.
Moving the game along.
That's to center, and Bradley moves over a few steps. Polanco singles. He's left the board. No score after 1.
At Target Field, this is Scoop from the clubhouse. Byron Buxton went on the 10-day DL. Twins made that move today, but Rocco Baldelli said even though Buxton had a good day yesterday, he threw, he swung the bat, And 90% Byron Buxton is a great option to have, but Baldelli said we want him 100% because we want him healthy and available for the long haul. Jake Cave worked on his offensive approach in Rochester and the mental side of hitting. He said, for example, if I try to drive something the other way, I don't want to settle for just yanking something to the right side and calling it a day. Jake said, I want to do things with more purpose and be very intentional with what I'm trying to accomplish that day. And Dick and Jack, that is what Jake Cave has brought with him back up to the big leagues.
Thank you, Marty. And he's back up to face one of the toughest left-handers in the game, David Price. Devers with 2 strikes. He'll be followed by Bogaerts and Holt. Up high. Saw in the first inning Pineda hit 94 on the gun, but generally he sits around 92.
Yeah. You saw Mitch Garver there give him as high a target as I've ever seen given in baseball right there. It was shoulder high. And he kept the glove right there.
Breaking ball, and Devers hacks it off his ankles.
I had an interesting conversation today with Rocco Baldelli and Wes Johnson. Kind of continued it after my conversation with Rocco. I went over and talked to Wes about it, but it'll take me a few minutes to explain it, so I'll kind of spread it out over the course of this ball game.
The ground picked up by Scope.
Nice play.
Nice play. Throws him out. That'll bring up Bogaerts.
What I asked Rocco, I said, in a world of analytics, is there any analytics that can quantify the pitches that are intended to be thrown relative to their location and how that affects an at-bat? And he said, you know, intent is the hardest thing in the world to quantify. And he said, certainly there's data that we have. Obviously, we record every single pitch from every single pitcher. And, you know, we can kind of spin it any way we want as far as. But he said, what I did is I asked him, I said, a breaking ball that's meant to be thrown down and away, and then it's left up and in, but it's still a strike. Is there any thought to whether that was the right pitch or that because he missed it became a better pitch? And he just kind of rolled his eyes and said, I don't know. It's been going on for a long time, and I'm not sure we're ever going to get an answer.
Well, within all the discussion and description that we've given the shifts, I mean, central to being able to shift is having pitchers who can throw the ball where
and that
it's intended.
That's where the conversation pretty much was summed up.
Fly ball to center. Looks playable for Cave. He's fighting the sun a little bit. 2 down.
He agreed, and I agreed with him that over the course of the history of this game, we probably could never really know how many pitchers. Nobody ever throws 100% right where they want to. Nobody, right? It's impossible. But, you know, what's the highest rate? Is it 50? Is it 60? Is it 80? I mean, I told him, I said, Greg Maddux was probably the best of my time as far as locating the ball. Not necessarily best stuff, but he could throw the ball where he wanted to. How many guys can do that?
1-0 to Brock Holt.
He went on about his theory about stuff, just raw stuff, whether or not you hit your spot or not. Is your stuff, does it play, and what is your best pitch? And you know, he said a lot of times guys will give up on young pitchers because they're trying to teach them something that they're not able to do, and they're trying to identify their best pitches and then work within that. And I think that's what analytics can really help young guys out with.
1-2. Pineda trying to get through a quick top of the second inning. Hit hard to center. Cave's going back, still going back. He is there to put it away, and Pineda enjoys a 1-2-3 second inning. Pineda, we go to the bottom inning. David Price gave up a hit, but here's our Bellegarde paving the way And you can see the damage that the Twins have done against left-handed pitching. 300 is the team batting average against lefties, the tops in the big leagues.
Pretty impressive.
C.J. Cron hitting .333 against lefties, and he takes strike one. In this series, the Twins will face left-hander Chris Sale, but they get Price tonight, and they get Rodriguez, another lefty, tomorrow. Outside now, 1-1.
CJ's got 8 hits off of David Price in 24 plate appearances. Does have a home run.
Just off the plate. See Price, a master at changing speeds, rarely throwing the same velocity in back-to-back pitches.
Yeah, he doesn't do that very often. He's a guy that loves his fastball, and he primarily throws that, but as he's aging, he's mixing in more breaking balls and more off-speed pitches.
20 pitches, a dozen strikes.
That's this year, so basically 70% or so is his fastball, the cutter fastball. Same pitch, just what you do with your fingers.
Lifted foul over the Twins dugout. Been an uneven year for Price. This is his 13th start, so in the 12 prior starts, only 6 quality starts. Only 7 home runs allowed, 3 of those in his first start of the year. Foul.
Well, it was true a long time ago. It's still true today. You can make a lot of money in this game if you win every other game. Right?
Right.
Win 50% of them, and you're going to have a job for a while.
Well, he's roughly won 2 decisions for every one he's lost. A good career ERA. Another 2-2 to Cron. 3-2. Gonzalez on deck. Really had it going good for more than a month, but then pitched against the Rangers, got knocked out in the second inning. An inning and a third, 6 earned runs. And the Red Sox came back to win the game.
Cron helped him out right there. That could have been ball 4.
Long battle to open the bottom of the second inning. 25th pitch of the game for David Price. Right off the end of the bat, and it seems like we've seen about 10 of those in this homestand. Big, strong, power hitting right-handed batters. They hit it right off the end. 1 down. You can help send your All-Stars to Cleveland with the 2019 Google MLB All-Star Ballot. New this year, after the first ballot, the top 3 players at each position will advance to a special starters election. Go to twinsbaseball.com/vote and on Google by searching for your favorite Minnesota Twins or MLB vote. Here's Marwin Gonzalez. Fouled back, 1 strike. Gonzalez getting another start in right field. Twins are 4-3 on this homestand so far. And 9-6 in the month of June. Sharply hit, 1 hop, skipping to Bogarts. 2 down. Twins lost last night. So did the Indians. So the lead is still 10 games. Two down, and now Miguel Sano. Price has retired the 5 men he's faced since Polanco rolled his single to left. Sano 1 for 11 with 6 strikeouts against Price. Big swing and a foul, 1 strike.
We have all these analytics available to us, and I enjoy looking over some of the what we call hot zones for a pitcher, where his tendencies are on fastballs relative to their breaking ball. For David Price against right-handed hitters, he primarily stays away about belt high, middle of the zone, and he also throws a lot of fastballs down and in. Breaking ball, a little bit different pattern, but again, primarily staying away from right-handed hitters.
Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. Sano has not shared in the team's fortune against left-handed pitching, hitting better against righties than the lefties so far this year, marginally. Fastball got him. And Price, like Pineda, has a 1-2-3 second inning. Ball on Fox Sports North, presented by Chevrolet, the #1 selling brand in the Twin Cities. And by Grand Casino, the best stories start here. Michael Pineda's faced just 6 men. He did give up a base hit in the first inning. We got a ground ball double play. Now he'll pitch to the bottom third of the Red Sox batting order. Starting with Michael Chavis. Pitches up, ball 1.
First time these two have faced each other.
Beaten foul, 1-1. Red Sox trying to recover from a miserable first couple of weeks. Got off to a very poor start. Started the year with an 11-game road trip. They didn't play their home opener at Boston until the 9th of April. They had 4 in Seattle when the Mariners were going good, 4 in Oakland, 3 in Arizona. Left Fort Myers and played a couple of exhibition games in Arizona against the Cubs preceding all of that. 1-2 to Chavis. Foul back. So by the time they got home, they were pretty beaten up, road weary. But now there they are, 40-34, trying to put some pressure on the Yankees and the Rays. Breaking ball, a wave and a miss. And Chavis is out, 1 down. And let's go to Marty Gellner.
I have our showstopper for tonight. It is Justin Upton, who missed nearly 2 months with turf toe, played last night for the first time this season, and he is the first Angels player to homer in his first at-bat of a season since 2015 when Mike Trout did it. Upton's also the first player to homer on the first pitch he's seen in a season since 2010 when Jeff Mathis hit one against the Twins off of Scott Baker. Guys.
I don't remember that one. I remember Gerald Williams hitting the first pitch of the season at the Metrodome against Brad Radke, about 800 feet at the Metrodome.
I think I've shared this, but I might as well because it's just vividly implanted in my memory. First pitch of the season, literally, that I threw. Dwight Evans, home run.
What year?
I think it was 83.
Oh, yeah.
Somewhere in the early 80s.
1-1 to Jackie Bradley Jr.
We were the first team to play that year because Cincinnati, who traditionally had the first game.
Right.
was in a rain delay.
Gonzalez with the catch, 2 down.
Well, Pineda just pounding that strike zone, getting good results so far.
We complimented the pitchers yesterday for a high strike percentage, 77, 78. Well, there's Pineda now, 32 pitches, 24 strikes.
Yeah, he's
75.
Really done a nice job so far.
Christian Vasquez doing the catching and hitting 9th for Boston.
You really have to wonder, two really potent offensive teams, and so far tonight, kind of a repeat of last night, where pitchers have dominated. Is it really all about pitching, or is it that maybe they're catching them where the hitters are a little flat? I think it's probably a combination. You know, you're getting into late June. The season's kind of in full swing now, and hitting kind of comes and goes. It goes through cycles.
Found it interesting here. The Twins shut out for just the second time last night. They didn't have batting practice today. Traditionally, all right, we got to work on some stuff and let's get out here. Maybe let's get here early, have some early hitting. And they didn't have any batting practice on the field at all.
Well, that's Rocco's theory, and you know, I think a lot of it has to do with his own personal experiences in the game. He was injured a lot, and he just really believes in trying to keep your body in tip-top shape and giving it the rest needed.
Popped up down the line, and a long run for Rosario. He's got there, and he made the catch. A nearly perfect first trip through the batting order for Michael Pineda. Good to see Rod Carew and Tony Oliva next to each other on the Minnesota bench. Time now for our DirecTV Best in Class. Look at what they did in Twins uniform. 3 batting titles for Mr. Oliva, including his first 2 years in the big leagues, and then Rod Carew won 7.
They were something. It made me proud to grow up in this area and watch those guys while I was going through youth baseball. Just like you, I imagine, Dick, huh?
Yeah, I told the story on the air a couple weeks ago. Tony still has that gold tooth. Watching him grow up, seeing the games on TV, I wanted somebody to knock out a tooth so I could go get a gold one, like Tony Oliva. Cave on the first pitch, lines it hard to center field. Going back is Bradley, and makes the catch on the track. Jake Cave nearly hit one out on the first pitch after his recall.
Well, he put a charge into it, but Jackie Bradley Jr. knew exactly where it was going to be, had a great route to the ball.
One down. Cave hitting it hard, and now Jonathan Scope.
Pitch count in great shape with both pitchers. This is going by quickly through the lineup the first time.
Scope takes a strike on the outside corner. We both complimented Mark Wagner, the home plate umpire, last night. Mark tracked me down once he got to the ballpark here today, and I had to ask him whether last night was, in fact, the most enjoyable game he ever had behind the plate, and he reminded me of something I had forgotten. He was the pitcher, or excuse me, the umpire, first year at Target Field, when Mark Burley and Carl Pavano matched up in a ball game that everyone anticipated would be shortened or at least delayed by rain in the middle innings. Mark said everyone in the umpire's room, both clubhouses, were told, look, we're going to try to get 5-6 innings in, and then it's going to rain for a couple hours, and we'll see where we're at. Pavano and Burley pitched complete games in a game that lasted 1 hour and 52 minutes. And after the last out of the game, the grounds crew couldn't even get the tarp on the field. It rained very, very hard right after the last out of the ball game. Pavano beat Burley, and Wagner said he had the plate that day. That was a fun game to do as well. 2 down. Scope strikes out. That'll bring up Polanco.
Another change up that David Price just throws down in the zone. And I'm sure Scope kind of wondered a little bit about that strike zone. He's putting a hole on the first pitch.
Polanco rolled a single to left to start the ball game. Since then, Price has set down 9 men in a row.
Yeah, I think umpires are a lot like players. You know, the shorter the game, the better the game.
Right. 1-0.
Now, fans might not agree. You know, they want to come and spend 3, 4, 5 hours.
And at the knees, 1-1.
I would think it all depends on who you're sitting with. It's like hunting and fishing, right?
Yeah.
Can be enjoyable or not so much.
One and one to the Twins shortstop. Right center field. It's hanging in the air for Betts. Bradley right behind him. Another pitcher's duel brewing here. No score through 3. Brought to you by Window Concept.
Well, it's another pitcher's duel. You see David Price, 3 innings of work, only 1 hit and a couple strikeouts. Low pitch count, only 39 pitches thrown. And Michael Pineda, 3 innings, 1 hit, 2 strikeouts, 35 pitches thrown. So start of another real good pitcher's duel here at Target Field tonight.
Yeah. Thought that Barrios and Porcello was going to be the best pitch ball game of the series, and we've got another good one here. Betts, Benintendi, and Martinez in the Boston 4th inning.
Porcello and Barrios in their respective dugouts.
You know, one thing as I reflected on the game last night, even the pitches that produced the runs weren't bad pitches. I mean, in terms of location, right? I mean, Parker threw a fastball off the plate by about 6 inches, but Bogarts lined it into right center field for an RBI double, and the breaking balls weren't hung. They were just hit into the outfield by good hitters.
Yeah, and you know, all I can say about that is I remember so many times when I was pitching, I'd say to myself, that was really a good pitch. And then I'd say to myself, how good could it have been? They just got a hit off me, right? So it really wasn't that good a pitch. It might have been a good location for that pitch, but maybe not the right pitch.
But see, I remember when I was working games with Harmon Killebrew, and he would always be a little sensitive about the fact that when somebody hit a home run, we said automatically, well, the pitcher made a bad pitch. He said, you know, hitters, good hitters will hit good pitches for home runs. Of course, Harmon did that a lot.
Well, I love him. You know how much I love him. But I got to say this, there's no good pitch that was a home run. It was not the right one.
2-2 to Betts. Struck out swinging his first time up. And now zipped inside off the plate, 3-2.
Well, Michael struck him out his first plate appearance. Full count this time. You don't want this guy on base. Things happen when Betts is on the base pad.
And he missed inside. Leadoff walk here in the fourth. We'll bring up Benintendi. Star Wars night takes over Target Field Wednesday, June 26th. And the Tampa Bay Rays are in town. Limited number of Star Wars night theme night ticket packages are available that include a game ticket plus an exclusive Obi-Wan Kepleroni bobblehead. Visit twinsbaseball.com/Star Wars to learn more. Here's Benintendi. Lined a single to right center field and then was doubled off on a ground ball shortly after that. Betts goes and the pitch tapped. Foul. 1 strike. On that play, the shortstop Polanco covered the bag. I think that was a foul ball, was it not? Garver just didn't catch it. They're leaving Betts at second base. Well, I thought that pitch was fouled, but apparently not, and Betts will get a stolen base. Oh, landed in front of the plate. So a stolen base, advancing Betts to second base. Two strikes.
And the first real threat in this ball game.
We talked last night about the Red Sox liking to steal bases, succeeding at it better than the Twins have. 43rd steal of the year. They've been caught 14 times. But they have 12 different players who have a stolen base. That's strike 3. Betts thinks about third base, but he will hold up, and Benintendi strikes out.
Well, that's a big out. First out of the inning. Runner on second. Scoreless game. See the pitch count for Michael Pineda, 44. And they're breaking ball down in the zone, and Benintendi a little over anxious. He chases it out of the zone. Good job by Garver keeping that ball somewhat in front of him.
It came up and hit the heel of his catcher's mitt. Martinez wrapped into a double play, pretty sharply hit one hopper to the backhand side of Polanco. Missing ball 1.
JD's much better low ball hitter than high ball hitter. He has that classic uppercut swing. Loves to shoot the ball the other way. Wants the ball middle half of the plate away. But he will turn on a ball down and in.
Check swing. And a called strike. Pitch called, not the swing, I believe. 1-1.
We mentioned it last night. JD's got a regular routine. It's a lot like Mike Hartgrove and many other guys. Goes through the same thing. Takes a deep breath. Kisses his glove. Points to the sky. Another deep breath. And now he's ready to have the ball thrown. Every pitch.
Foul back. 1-2. Devers on deck. Pineda has given up 1 hit and 1 walk. Get the dangerous J.D. Martinez. Pitch up 95 and fouled back.
Yeah, he reached back a little for something extra. Just couldn't beat J.D. Good location, up and away. You got to keep guys off balance. You got to change eye levels. The good hitters, they just, you can't repeat. They just make those good adjustments.
And a breaking ball got him again. Garver unable to hang on to the pitch. Not sure what's going on there. That's he had one in the dirt, but that one got there on the fly. But a strikeout nonetheless. 2 down.
Yeah, change up there. 95, and then the last one, 86, I believe it was. There it is. Change up. Just rolls his wrist over. See the sink of the ball? And Garver just not tracking that ball all the way into his glove.
Starting pitchers have done a great job here at Target Field. And now Devers. That's under the glove of Crone and into right field. Betts will score on an RBI single by Rafael Devers, and again the Red Sox score the first run of the game. Leadoff walk, as we have seen so many times in this homestand, comes around to score.
It looked like it was a breaking ball or a changeup down in the zone. It's that changeup again. Didn't quite get down. I thought it was a little lower than it was. It gets by C.J. Crone right down the first baseline.
So the leadoff walk, the stolen base, eventually leads to a Boston run. And now Xander Bogaerts hit a fly ball to cave in center his first time up.
For those who don't know the name, Rafael Devers, he's a young player that really is kind of come into his own, hitting .302, 11 home runs, 45 RBI so far this year.
Missing inside, ball 1. Indians have jumped out on the Texas Rangers 5-0 in the 3rd inning in Arlington. Want to know to Bogaerts. There goes the runner, and Garver's throw right on the bag. A perfect throw by Mitch Garver, gunning down Devers to end the inning. But a leadoff walk eventually scores, and the Red Sox have a 1-0 lead. Base to throw out a base stealer will lead things off for the Twins in the 4th, and Nelson Cruz and Eddie Rosario. Twins haven't scored in this series yet. They were shut out last night. One single, that's all they've been able to muster against David Price so far here tonight. Garver with a fly to right his first time up. Check to swing, ball 1. Luis Arraez is here.
He's arrived.
And a hug from the guy who being put on the injured list brought his arrival here. Inside 2-0.
Twins need to make David Price work a little bit. Put a little pressure on him. Just one hit so far, and that's the only base runner. He hasn't walked anybody, struck out 2 so far.
3-0. Cruz and Rosario will follow.
David's thrown a lot of pitches in his career. He's a guy that his managers have kind of thrown out the window, that pitch count at times. He's gone well over 100 pitches in many of his starts.
Right call
Another generous call right there.
Jeremy Rehak calling balls and strikes. To left, Benintendi is back, and another warning track fly ball. Second one tonight. One away.
I don't think he quite squared that one off. It looked like it might have been a little bit off the end of the bat. Take one more look at it. You see, ball was hit quite well, but Benintendi playing a little bit deep, and he had a read on it the whole way. Garver not overly happy with that.
Here's Nelson Cruz, fly ball to right, his first time up. On the ground slowly. Devers picks it up. 2 down. We'll bring up Eddie Rosario. Here's a word now from Prism Research.
For more information on upcoming studies at Prism Research, visit our website at prismresearchinc.com.
Price struggled, but he got Garver out, and then Cruz was put out on the first pitch, and now Eddie Rosario.
Well, the Twins only had 1 hit through 4 innings last night against Rick Porcello, and 1 out away from the same result here tonight against David Price.
Outside, ball 1. Fouled, and it's 1-1. Birthday wishes to Tommy Watkins, first base coach for the Twins, 39 today. Jason Castro not catching tonight in the dugout. He's 32 today.
Couple birthday boys.
1-1 to Rosario. Down the right field line, a hit, and it'll beat Betts to the wall. Rosario has an extra base hit. A double with 2 down in the 4th, and Crone will come up with a tying run at second.
First Twins base runner to reach second base. Ball left down and in, changeup. Not a good spot for a changeup. Eddie good. Head down on the ball. Just barrels it up.
See the Red Sox outfield shifting Eddie to not pull the ball against the left-hander, but he ended up pulling the ball against the left-hander. Here's Crone. Only 45% of his hits are for extra bases. The Twins number one of the reasons they're slugging at such a high rate. Here's Crone, hit one right off the end of his bat to Price, first time up, swinging a foul. So you look at these 2 teams, and the Red Sox of course have a reputation of being a slugging team. Their team slugging percentage is .448, and the Twins is .511, which gives you another measuring stick to what it is we've been watching here for the first 70-some games of the year.
Yeah, and one of the things David Price is counting on and executing tonight is his off-speed pitches. There was a fastball that he climbed the ladder on after throwing a first pitch changeup to C.J. Crone. And that can frustrate a team that slugs it out. You know, the slower and a little slower. That stuff can really frustrate a team.
2 strikes now to Crone. Fastball fouled away. C.J. Crone, a big part of the Twins slugging lineup. since May 18th, slugging at a nearly 600 clip.
Yeah, he's been a big addition to this ball club, no doubt about it. Power from the right side. And surprisingly really good defender at first base.
2 strikes from Price to Crone. Takes up high.
You used to see David Price touch the high 90s, as high as 99 a few years ago. But now 90, 94, 95 is tops for him. He lives in the mid to low 90s with his fastball.
That's to right center field, and down for a hit. It'll tie the game. Crone comes through, and the Twins do some 2-out hitting against David Price.
Well, it's not only getting the job done, but it's about timing and picking up that run when the opportunity is out there. C.J. Crone getting the job done. See the pitch, change up. He saw a couple of those, and this one he stays back on, keeps the head down, shoots the ball the other way. Great piece of hitting right there.
Marwin Gonzalez will hit. Red Sox scored in the top of the 4th. The Twins have at least one in the bottom. Strike at the knees. One strike to the Twins right fielder. And now a ball. Another game between these two teams tomorrow night. Then the Twins go to Kansas City. They go to Boston right after Labor Day for 3 night games at Fenway Park. And now 2-1.
He's making Price work a little this half inning. David's very methodical on the mound. He doesn't necessarily work fast when he has base runners. It slows down quite a bit.
Got a matchup, 2 guys like that.
Yeah.
Michael Pineda.
Goes along pretty good with no base runners, but as soon as somebody gets on base, that pace really slows.
Fouled back. That's 2-2. They have run the pitch count up here in the 4th inning. Nearly 60 pitches now. Two and 2 to Marwin Gonzalez. Just inside 3-2. Sano on deck.
Well, these are those cat and mouse guesses between the hitter and the pitcher. Full count. It's an action pitch. Runner will be going with 2 outs. Tie ball game. So like a scoreless game, it becomes very critical on every single pitch, especially with runners on base.
Rolled foul.
Seems seems like whenever Price has been in those situations tonight, there hasn't been that many of them that he goes softer. It's changeup, off-speed stuff.
Pitch number 60 coming, 20 this inning. First 2 outs came pretty quickly. Remember, Garver had decent length at bat, and then Cruz was out on the first pitch, but then Rosario double, Crone single, and now 3-2 to Marwin Gonzalez. And another tapper foul. Twins looking for their 48th win of the year. They have 24 losses. And that guy's the early front runner for American League Manager of the Year. Sharply hit, but right to the second baseman Holt, and that will end a long 4th inning for Price, but a good one for the Twins. A couple of 2-out hits, and they've tied the game. Pepsi fans of the game enjoying a pleasant night here at Target Field, and hoping the Twins can even the series at a game apiece. Michael Pineda gave up a run after a leadoff walk in the 4th. Now he'll pitch to Bogarts, Holt, and Chavis in the 5th. Bogarts hit a fly ball to Cave his first time up. Off the plate, ball 1. Drilled to left. Rosario will play it on a hop. Leadoff single here in the 5th inning. For the big story, let's go to Marty Gelner.
And Dick, the big story is the Atlanta Braves, who beat the Mets last night 12-3. And this is the 5th time this month that the Braves have had double-digit runs. They are 13-3 in the month of June. They've won 10 of their last 11 games, and Atlanta has scored 90 runs in its last 11 games. So now it's a Braves 3-game lead over the Phillies, first place in the NL East.
Thank you very much. Here's Brock Holt. So let's extend this out then. The Twins have been the American League's best offense. Now the Braves have been going, so maybe they're destined to face each other in the World Series again. And then again, extending the thought, chances are Game 7 wouldn't be decided 1-0 in 10 innings. It'd be like a 13-12 slugfest.
Well, it'd be a great game if it was.
Tap to the right side, and
the lead runner.
Got the lead runner. A nice play by Scope, who had to wait for the ball to get to him, and then he pivoted and threw to Polanco. 1 down.
Well, you're taught is as long as you have a chance, try to get that lead runner. Keep that runner at first base if possible. You see Bogarts had to jump over that baseball. That kind of slowed him down a little bit.
Slowly as the ball was hit, I didn't think there would be any chance they'd be able to get Bogarts, but now the double play is in order. Chavis is the batter. And again, we see the strong throwing arm of Scope. You know, whether it's turning a double play or just a 60-foot throw like that, he puts some heat on the throw.
Pretty steady over there for the Twins this year. I think he's stabilized that position.
threw out his good buddy Bogarts. They're both from Curacao. Bogarts a year older. They played against each other growing up, never on the same team. But two really good baseball players from Curacao.
And Bogarts lives in San Nicolas, Aruba.
1 strike to Chavis. Out in front, tapping it foul.
Twins have Chavis shifted to the left side with CJ Cron holding on the runner. The whole right side's open.
Ooh, just missed the belt high strike. And it's 1-2. Fooled the batter, and Pineda didn't get the call. We're setting that target right there again, and Pineda hit the spot.
Yeah. Right on the upper edge of the zone. Frustrates a pitcher when you make a pitch and you don't get the call.
60th pitch coming up for Pineda. Fouled off a leg.
Good sinking fastball right there. Changing speeds quite a bit. Oh, really had life. Real good sinker right there.
One and two. And strike 3. Breaking ball down and away. Garver was able to block it and keep Holt at first base.
And that was that changeup again with a real good movement. This time he just starts it in the lower part of the zone, breaks and hits the plate. And Chavis chases out of the zone. You see how Michael just turns that one over. Actually had breaking ball spin. You're probably right there, and I'm wrong, Dick. That looked like it might have been a slider, but he changed speeds anyway.
Bradley hit a fly ball to right his first time.
Again, both pitchers really taking their time with runners on base.
Haven't done it all the time, but I have personally, mentally timed Pineda with men on base, and it averages around 30 seconds between pitches. And from the windup with nobody on base, it's about 16. I mean, it's a dramatic difference, and something Michael's always done. Swung on and missed. A lot of pitches in the dirt, and Garver's been keeping them all right around home plate.
Gives the pitcher confidence to throw it there when you know your catcher can block the ball.
Holt has a steal. He's one of the 12 position players that have a stolen base for the Red Sox. And I should clarify, when I timed Pineda, it's after he gets the throw back from the catcher. That's, for me, when the clock starts. Can't blame a pitcher if he doesn't have the ball in his hand. And once he's got the ball in his hand, it just takes a while.
Quick pitch. Jim Cott used to. They're in the box, throw it.
Fly ball center field, hit off the end of the bat. Cave comes in a few steps. A scoreless fifth for Pineda. Only in Minnesota can you visit Legacy National Wildlife Refuge, one of the 50 best places in the U.S. to observe a diversity of birds and mammals. Visitors can view moose, wolves, river otter, and other wildlife from designated self-guided drives and hiking trails, or climb the 100-foot observation tower in this natural wonderland. You can find your true north at exploreminnesota.com and share your favorites with hashtag #OnlyAnMN. That's up north and east of Thief River Falls, or almost due west of Grigla, Minnesota.
Greenbush. Look on your map there. Find Greenbush.
Greenbush, it's south and east of Greenbush. What's notable for you about Greenbush?
The Wall Brothers. Wall Brothers Racing, snowmobile racers.
Oh, really? Okay.
Years ago. You were just a kid.
You got me by what, 2 years, something like that?
Do I have you?
I don't know. Maybe you don't. 1-1 to Sano. He struck out for the last out of the second inning. Price, not the quickest worker in the world either.
You know, for a 1-1 game, it's certainly kind of come to a crawl. And you know what? There's nothing anybody can do about it. Both pitchers are going to do what they do, feel comfortable doing.
50-foot foul pop-up caught by Devers, 1 away. That'll bring up Cave. Veterans and active military members can receive half-price Twins tickets courtesy of Fox Sports North. Simply provide a valid military ID and enjoy half-price Diamond Box High or home plate view seats. Details at foxsportsnorth.com/events. Cave hit a warning track line drive on the first pitch he saw from Price back in the third inning. Taking down an inner ball.
I've seen a lot of games that David Price has pitched. I haven't seen him throw this many off-speed pitches. I don't think ever. But it's a plan that.
Oh, shattered bat, a roller to first, and Cave is going to be out. And the Twins may take a look at that. Cave thinks his head first dive got there before the foot of Chavis. Most of the bat ended up out near where Brock Holt was playing. See if the Twins challenge this here. Yep, he's going to be out. Twins won't challenge it, I don't think, unless Chavis missed the bag. And there was his spike sliding in the dirt, but the Twins won't challenge it.
Man, it's a dangerous play. You got a guy stabbing at the base with spikes and another guy reaching for the bag with his bare hand. You don't want that foot coming down on your fingers, that's for sure.
2 down, and now Jonathan Scope. And we had Nick Punto in the booth over the weekend. That was Nick's favorite way of getting to first base on a close play, with a head first slide.
Chet Lemon.
Chet Lemon did it too?
Oh my gosh, I don't know how many times he sprained his wrist, and everybody in the world would preach to him and tell him how you run through the bag a lot quicker than sliding, and he couldn't change.
1-0 to Scope. Tap foul. That's to the left, and that'll die in front of Benintendi. Well, the Twins got a run in the fourth inning with a pair of 2-out hits. Scope keeps the fifth alive with a single, and that'll bring up Polanco.
All you can do is keep grinding out those at-bats. See if you can put together, string a couple hits together like they did in the fourth inning. We're going to flip the lineup around, and it'll be the third time through the order.
Polanco hitting well over 300 from both sides of the plate, but his extra base power much more obvious as a left-handed batter. There's a single and 2 trips here tonight against Price. Fouled back. Polanco so far this year has 78 at bats right-handed, and he's got 25 hits, but only 4 of those are extra base hits. 2 doubles, a triple, and a home run. Of course, he hit for the cycle, and when he hit for the cycle, he got his double as a right-handed batter. One strike. And off the plate, 1-1.
Bogart's playing deep in the hole, but shaded a little bit to the left field line. Pretty big hole up the middle.
In this era of shifting, Polanco might be played the most straight up of any hitter. Certainly the Twins have. You've got a second baseman where a second baseman would normally be 15 years ago. The shortstop where he would normally be. And can you play more straight away than Jackie Bradley Jr. is? If you drew a line from home plate through second base, it would point right at Jackie Bradley Jr.
Yeah, and the outfielders on both sides are pretty much straight away. Benintendi and Betts.
1-2 to Polanco. Big pop up, and it's behind second base. Holt wants it and struggling with it a little. We head to the 6th, 1 apiece. Sharp as he was in his last start against Seattle, just as sharp against Boston.
Yeah, through 5 innings, he's pretty much pounded the strike zone. The only run they scored was because of a leadoff walk, but he's thrown a variety of pitches. I think he's had a really good off-speed pitch tonight. Thrown a couple of sliders down in the zone. Mitch Garber doing a good job of helping him out with blocking those balls. You see only 3 hits over 5 innings. Pitch count in good shape at 64 pitches.
So with these 2 high-powered lineups, we have now played 14 innings, and there have been a total of 4 runs. 2-0 Boston last night, 1 apiece tonight. Vasquez will lead things off. He fouled out to Rosario, had a long run. I would have guessed that run was probably about 110 feet back in the 3rd inning. Strike 1.
Are we going back to the
No.
Okay, cool.
I'm going to be on the road during most of the state fair, so I wouldn't be able to have a booth there anyway. 1 strike to Vasquez. And now a ball. Vasquez, Betts, and Benintendi in the Boston 6th inning. A lot of swings and misses on a variety of Pineda pitches tonight. 1-2. Poke foul. Ooh. Made him scatter in the press box. As much as sports writers can scatter.
Well, hopefully somebody was protecting them because there's a lot of non-athletes in there.
1-2 again to Vasquez.
Uh-oh. Almost 2 in a row.
Vasquez hanging tough here at 1-2.
Yeah, 1 for 7 off Michael.
Another foul ball. Going through the clubhouse today when the clubhouse attendants were rubbing up the baseballs for tonight's game. It used to be that the home plate umpire for that given night would rub up the baseballs for that day or evening's games. Now they have the home team clubhouse attendants do it. 1-2. And base hit. Good at bat for Vasquez. And he ends up with a leadoff single here in the 6th. Twin summer camps presented by Select Heartland Chevy dealers are the ultimate camp experience for boys and girls ages 6 to 14. These week-long summer camps are located across the Twin Cities metro. You can register right now at twinsbaseball.com/training. Now the Red Sox start their 3rd time through the batting order with a runner at first and nobody out. It used to be, not that long ago, that the umpire would rub up 6 dozen baseballs for a game. And then, not that long ago, they decided to take a ball out of play if it touched the ground. Foul balls are foul balls. They don't come back. Fans keep them. We know that. But mainly because of that policy, the people who rub up the baseballs for a game now rub up 18 dozen. They go through 3 times as many baseballs as they used to for a game. 1 strike. And now 2 strikes. So as I was watching this, Rod Carew is coming down, and of course Rod played back in the day when the umpires rubbed up the baseballs. And there would be different umpires who rubbed up the ball differently. I'm sure you experienced it too.
Some were dark, some weren't.
You preferred a darker one, I'm sure, and the hitters of course want a lighter one. And Rod said the worst umpire rubbing up a baseball for a hitter was Nestor Shylock, who's immortalized in Cooperstown as a Hall of Fame umpire. But
what was his complaint?
Well, they were too dark. Rod Carew said he still did okay, obviously, 7 batting titles, but that they were too dark for the hitter to see properly. Mike Shawarin warming up. 1 hop, 2 Sano, Scope, double play. 2nd double play turned tonight behind Pineda.
2 strong arms right there, 2 accurate throws, and 2 outs recorded. It doesn't get much better than that. Pineda gets Betts to hit 1 or 2 hoppers to Sano. You see him just get rid of the ball quickly, accurately. And how about those 2 throws? Perfect.
So, did you notice that when you pitched in your Hall of Fame career, that you had a variety of different shades of the ball being rubbed down?
No question that, there's always going to be some inconsistency, and I would argue that today there's probably some between clubhouse kids.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. It's hardly uniform.
Yeah, and I think baseball in general gives examples. In fact, I was just in Detroit and I saw the clubhouse guy show me. He says, here's the range of which we are supposed to do the balls.
For rubbing up the baseball.
He showed me 4 baseballs, and the darkest to the lightest. So somewhere in between is where the clubhouse kids have to rub up the baseball. So my question to you is, are you sure that those balls they're rubbing up today are used in today's game? Maybe they have to marinate for a day or 2. I don't know.
1-1. You buy a baseball out of a box and it's pearly white. It couldn't be white, right?
Right.
And what I don't understand, because I think they do this in Korea.
See the dirt there? A little bit of dirt on that ball.
Before the ball is made, the leather is already rubbed down into a presumably more uniform color, and then it is cut and stitched to make a baseball. Why don't we do that?
Well,
there's a bunt up the line. Sano's going to show off his arm, but he can't pick up the ball. And Benintendi gets a bunt single.
Yeah, it's going to be a bang-bang play. Snow's only chance is to barehand it, and he's got to come up with it clean. So it's pretty well-executed bunt there for Benintendi. See Miguel really charging hard, and he's got to barehand it right there. Doesn't quite get down underneath that ball. So that'll be an infield hit.
A shift-beating bunt single with 2 down, and now J.D. Martinez.
My final question on the baseball is, when you take a ball out of a new box after signing 754 million balls in my life, there is always some kind of substance on the baseball. Now, some pens will show up really bright, and some
fly right
because
field.
there's dust on it.
And back is Gonzalez. By the way, I got a dozen balls. Going to have you sign during the next break.
Sure, I'll show you.
Baseball on Fox Sports is presented by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. 6 really good innings for Michael Pineda. If anything, his start tonight was better than the one against Seattle, just based on the lineup he was facing. 1 run allowed, that the result of a leadoff walk and a stolen base. So Mike Shawaryn will come in now and pick up the ball game with Price done for Boston after 5 innings.
Price ends up giving up 1 run on 4 hits over those 5 innings.
Shawaryn, another strikeout guy, 5th round pick in the June 2016 draft. A little delay. Attendant out there on the warning track fixing something around the scoreboard. Garver, Cruz, and Rosario will hit. Garver 0 for 2, hit a liner to left, sent Benintendi to the warning track in the 4th inning. Down and away, ball 1. When we were talking about baseballs and how they're different and all that, you were telling a story about Ryan Harper warming up. You get a baseball out of a box. Well, I have a baseball in a box here, so I want you to explain what you're talking about.
Well,
Garver taps it foul. All right, here's one right out of the box, just like you might buy it in a store.
Somebody's been tampering with this box, I see, but I will grab it. There should be a wrapping around it, which there is. There's this little, I don't know.
Doctoring the baseball now? I mean, it's a brand new baseball.
This one has absolutely no powdery substance on it, right?
Okay.
And if you rub it, you're going to feel the leather get a little warm, and it'll feel tacky. Now, some baseballs have got some kind of, I don't know what it is. I mean, it's kind of like chalk.
Really?
Yeah, there's a little dusting on it, and I think it must come from the paper that they wrap it in.
Okay.
But when you open it up, and I can vouch for this by signing the baseball, I'm not going to ruin your baseball here, but if you sign it, sometimes the ink really shows up.
A Hall of Famer is going to ruin my baseball by signing it.
Well, I don't want to charge you.
Well, how much would it be? Let's see what I got here.
Oh, you don't have enough.
I don't have enough?
You don't have enough.
All right.
No.
2-2 to Garver.
Anyway, sometimes the pen just runs.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, it just kind of blots and they don't show up real well.
All right. Well,
if that doesn't sell you on it, you just got to trust me that they're not all the same when they come out of the box.
Well, they're hand stitched by people in Costa Rica.
I'm not saying they don't weigh the same. I'm not saying they're not the same circumference. Same number of stitches, all those things. But the feel of the ball itself, and that's really why they rub them up and put the. By the way, I know you know this. Where's that mud from that they rub the balls?
Well, it used to be like Delaware River mud. I don't even know if that's what it is.
Is it still the same place? I mean, we have the sod grown for every field in Colorado. I mean, there's probably still using the same mud somewhere.
There's a fair ball right over the bag. Garver will round first on his way to second, and he's got a leadoff double here in the 6th inning.
Here we go.
So Garver, who lined out in the fourth, sends a hot ground ball right over the bag.
Nothing Devers could do right there. You see the third base umpire, Mark Wegner. He's right on top of it, and he calls that ball fair. You see it's going to be fair. It lands in front of the bag in fair territory.
And now Nelson Cruz, a fly ball to right and a ground ball to third. Stort in the fourth after a 2-out double. See what they can do with this leadoff double. Low, ball one. What we've seen throughout this 2-game losing streak, can't even call 2 losses in a row a losing streak, can you? Back-to-back losses.
Yeah, a couple losses.
Opportunities like this where the Twins didn't cash in. They got a chance to take the lead here after the leadoff double. Middle of the lineup coming up.
Well, I doubt Cruz is going to bunt him third. Not to poke the bear.
Drilled, foul.
No, you're absolutely right, though. You've got to take advantage of these opportunities. They've been few and far between so far in this series. Well pitched games on both sides.
1-1 to Cruz. It's kind of been all or nothing for Cruz here in the last few ball games. He's got doubles and home runs and a lot of strikeouts. Just off the edge, 2-1. Came inside, a pop-up near the Twins dugout and out of play.
Cruz would love that one back right there. Fortunate that it got into the seats, so he has to reload and get another chance. See this little spinning breaking ball. It doesn't do much. Just stays right there and says whoop me on it.
Another one foul back. When I've done games with Justin Morneau, he's talked about that pitch as being like a backup slider, and it was always the toughest pitch for him to hit because you see the spin when you're in the box. You expect it to break, and it doesn't, and it ends up tying you up, kind of like, you know, what happened to Cruz there. It just kind of spins, but it doesn't do anything.
Think about this. We describe it as a backup slider, but it doesn't really back up. That's physically impossible. It just spins.
Base hit to left. Garver to third. He'll hold up there. And the Twins start the 6th inning with back-to-back base hits.
Well, that one was hit quite firmly. .109-mile-an-hour exit velocity off this little slider right there. Ball just spinning on outer half. And Nelson Cruz goes out and gets it, pulls it to the left side.
Now Rosario got another big hit against David Price. Price no longer in the game, but Rosario's now 6 for 11 against him. And it was his 2-out double that set the stage for Cron's RBI single. That tied the game in the 4th. Now a chance to put the Twins in front.
2 chances to hit the ball deep enough in the outfield to score Mitch Garver from third. That's without any base hits.
I got a call here. Check swing high. If he throws any slider like the 2 he threw Cruz, it may end up in the plaza.
Look at how closely Devers is to Mitch Garver here. He's got to keep that runner close. It opens up almost the entire left side. Eddie usually doesn't hit the ball on the ground to the left side. When he does hit it the other way, it's usually in the air.
Not a miss, a fastball.
But there's a lot of room out in right center and down the right field line where he hit his last hit.
The infield playing Rosario to pull the ball. The outfield playing him to hit it the other way. 1-1 to Rosario. Outside pick off to third. They got him.
Oh my.
Garver picked off third.
He didn't slide. Elements of surprise right there. That typically comes from the third baseman. And Mitch is just going to stand there, have Rocco review it.
From up here, it looked like he was out. Yeah, he's out. I think that looks like the Twins are going to ask Mark Wagner. No. Mark Wagner was coming in, I think, to kind of prod things along here a little bit. But Garver picked off third.
Wow.
1-2 to Rosario. Count is 2-1, not 1-2. The Twins need Rosario to deliver a hit here.
Yeah.
An out would have scored a run. Popped up. Vasquez back. 2 down. This is kind of what we saw at the end of the Kansas City series and last night. The Twins with a great opportunity and just weird things happening, and they don't convert. That'll be left to Crone to try to get something out of this 6th inning that started with a double and a single.
C.J. Crone was the guy to pick up the RBI, the only run scored by the Twins. He drove in Eddie Rosario with a base hit. There's a changeup from David Price down and away that he shot out to right center.
Backhanded by Vasquez. Breaking ball down and away, 2-0. Oh, Crone's hit by a pitch. And Gonzalez will be pinch hit for by Max Kepler. First and second, 2 down. And Kepler will bat for Gonzalez.
Ball just kept running in on C.J.
We've talked from time to time throughout this homestand about all the home runs left on the Twins bench. And bench looks a little bit different with the changes made. Buxton put on the injured list as well as Adrianza. So the Knights bench, Arias, Castro, and Kepler. Still has 27 home runs on the bench. And that's typically the number, 24. I think the other night it was 32 home runs on the bench. So it's odd that the Twins have yet to have a pinch hit home run. Bench players are 7 for 27 with 2 runs batted in for the Twins and no home runs.
So you're saying we're due?
Overdue is what I'm saying.
And you're saying we got a chance here with Max at the plate?
Down and in a ball. Kepler with 17 home runs as a pinch hitter. He's 0 for 1.
Right now, just a good base hit up the middle, anywhere down either line. Something that will allow Nelson Cruz to score from second base.
Outside, an off-speed pitch, and it's 2-0. Big pitch to Max Kepler. Inside 3-0. Sano on deck.
It almost looks like Shawaryn wants no part of Kepler here. Nothing even close in this particular count.
He's given up 2 hits. He's hit a batter. He's on the verge of walking another. Changeup on 3-0.
Courage
for a strike.
Takes courage.
Well, Kepler did the right thing in taking it. If, swing at it. If you do make contact, it's not going to be solid contact, you wouldn't think.
Well, he tracks it. Now that's in his memory.
And that breaks outside. Now they're loaded up, and where would this inning be without the pickoff at third? And a chance now for Miguel Sano.
Well, that's the first walk of the game given up by any of the Red Sox pitchers.
Sano still hasn't had 100 at bats since his activation, and if he can come through here, this would be his biggest hit of the year. He's got 20 hits, and 14 of them are for extra bases.
I just hope that he can stay within the zone here. Shawaryn showing that his command is a little erratic right now. Get something you like. Be selective. Try to drive the baseball.
Through a fastball. I guess that's the thing that's been surprising. These are not 97-mile-per-hour fastballs. We've seen Miguel swing through low 90s fastballs that when he's going good, he absolutely crushes those.
Yeah, and most of them are beating him up in the zone, which makes me believe he's really hunting breaking balls, and he's got a better idea of the strike zone with the breaking ball. But sometimes while doing that, you kind of lay off a lot of fastballs.
Twins need a 2-out hit here. Frustrated Sunday and again last night in situations like this. Popped up. Be chased by Chavis, but it's out of play. 2 strikes now to Sano.
I saw Christian Vasquez, the catcher, pop up and give him a high target there, and that ball was down probably below the middle part of the plate, lower half of the strike zone, center cut middle of the plate.
Two strikes to Miguel Sano. Breaking ball, got it. And the Twins somehow don't score in the bottom of the 6th. Story of the game, tied at.
Rafael Devers hits a ball past C.J. Cron, and Mookie Betts scores the first run of the game. And C.J. Cron delivers a hit out to right center. That scores Eddie Rosario for the Twins' first run of the game. Michael Pineda, a nice outing tonight. 6 innings of work, 5 hits allowed, Only the 1 earned run, 5 strikeouts, only 1 walk.
Ryan Harper will come in to pitch to the Red Sox in the 7th inning. He'll face the middle of their lineup, Devers, Bogaerts, and Holt. Harper's been really, really good. There's 22 hits, opponent batting average of 210. Doesn't walk many people. Kepler in the game in right field. Gonzalez out. And Devers, who singled in the Boston run in the 4th inning, he'll lead off the 7th. Off-speed pitch, a called strike. Hit to right, a breaking ball hammered to right. Kepler hoping for a bounce, but it's gone. Devers tees off on a breaking ball, and the Red Sox take a 2-1 lead.
Well, back-to-back breaking balls from Ryan Harper. It's kind of his MO. That's what he uses mostly, and he changes speeds with him, but it's curveball, curveball, curveball. Devers kind of knows that. He sits on one. Ball stays in the lower part of the zone, and that launch angle swing, pretty easy, simple swing, but he launches it up over the flower pots in right field.
Xander Bogaerts will bat. You see it happen so often, at least it seems like it happens fairly regularly. You get a team in a close ball game and they got a great chance to score and they don't, and then the other guys jump right on it in the next opportunity and score. Swung on and missed, 1 strike.
Name of the game, really, taking advantage of your opportunities. Twins let one slip away there in their half of the 6th inning. They're going to have a few more chances. They need to get back in the dugout and give it another whirl.
On the ground, Polanco. Over to Crone, 1 away. We'll bring up Brock Holt. Tuesday, June 25th, it's University of St. Thomas night at Target Field. Limited number of St. Thomas night ticket packages are available that include a game ticket plus an exclusive co-themed St. Thomas Twins cap. Visit twinsbaseball.com/UST to learn more. 1 gone. Now Brock Holt lined out to Kepler in center, to Cave in center, and then reached down a fielder's choice. Missing with a fastball. Ball 1. Frazier warming up.
Picked up the save in last night's game, save number 7.
I was thinking last night about the construction of the Twins bullpen and what the plan was and how far from the plan the Twins have played it out so far this year. Fernando Romero was going to be an important arm of the bullpen. 7th, 8th, or 9th inning. He was supposed to be a part of it, but he struggled and is adjusting to life as a relief pitcher. Trevor Hildenberger was going to be an important part of the bullpen, and he was demoted and now is hurt on the injured list. Blake Parker now is going through some rough patches. 2-1 on the ground. 3 hops to Scope. 2 down. And it seems that's the way it is in baseball. If not within a season, from year to year, there's a lot of turnover in teams' bullpens. And you know, things are going fine for a while, and then you look up, somebody gets hurt, somebody else is going through a rough patch, and suddenly you're wondering where you're going to get effective relief for it.
You know, I would agree with your comments and say that it's probably harder to have a long career in the bullpen than it does as a starter. And for this one reason,
consistency of innings and your workload of knowing when you're going to pitch. Those guys have to be on every time they're called upon, and they don't know if it's today, tomorrow, or the next day.
And you'll go through stretches one week where you're concerned about overuse, and then the very next week you're worried, well, he's going to be rusty when he does get out.
We got to get him in the game.
2 strikes to Michael Chavis. And the breaking ball over the inside corner ends the inning. But on the second pitch from Harper, Devers hits a home run, and the Red Sox have a 2-1 lead. Team action to baseball. Cole Hamels. Cubs White Sox game, 2,500th career strikeout. That game tied late. Tyler Skaggs with a good outing. Angels hope to find some pitching to go with that lineup that now looks a little bit more formidable. And Josh Bell, his 50th extra base hit, his only hit of the game. The Tigers hung on and won that ball game 5-4. Well, the Twins need to try to regenerate a threat here, maybe score a run against Brazier, who pretty much shut them down very quickly in the 9th inning last night. He faced Cron, Gonzalez, Sano, got all 3 of them out, and only threw 11 pitches and getting the save. Strike 1 to Cave. Cave had a warning track laser caught by Bradley his first time up, then his bat shattered, and he nearly beat out an infield hit in the 4th. Indians leading Texas 10-1 in the 7th inning. Fouled away. 2 strikes. Cave just called up today. The Twins putting Byron Buxton on the injured list. Marco Baldelli saying today that the hope is that when the 10 days are up, and he was put on the list retroactive to Saturday, so this is already day 4 of the injured list, that the hope is after the 10 days or shortly after, he'll be ready to join the club again. Cave on a half swing is gone. And there needs to be a throw to first to complete the strikeout. 1 down. That'll bring up Jonathan Schoop. The second Boston run detailed by StatCast AI, powered by AWS. A breaking ball lifted over the limestone in right field.
Just far enough, just strong enough.
It's the 3rd home run allowed by Harper, but it's a big one because now the Red Sox get to play with the lead again. Schoop swings a pitch up and in. Strike 1.
Brazier can run it up in there once in a while. He beat Sano last night with the fastball.
'97 again, and again a swing and a miss.
Yeah, back to back, and he's got that little pause just before he throws it. It's kind of probably an uncomfortable feeling for a hitter. It's just I don't know what it is, but you can almost see he's got a little step, something different, and then the ball just explodes out of his hand.
That is going to stay foul. Brazier just activated from the bereavement list yesterday. 7 for 10 in save opportunities. Polanco hoping to hit with a man aboard. 2 strikes to Jonathan Schoop. Breaking ball caught him. And Schoop is out. I don't think he did it intentionally, but he kicked the ball, or the bat that he dropped propelled the ball away from home plate. It is a strikeout, 2 down.
You see he swings and misses at the ball and then just running. Oh, it almost looked like he intentionally did it.
2 down, and now Polanco. Twins need a jolt. The run they got in the 4th inning came after the 2nd out. Bases were empty, and they got a double and a single. Drilled foul. Polanco swings the bat with much more authority from this side of the plate. Hitting at .338, 67 hits, but 32 extra base hits. Up and in. Twins had a great chance to take the lead in the 6th. A double, a single, a hit batter, and a walk, but there was a big pickoff of Garver at 3rd base. And pretty much punctured the whole inning for the Twins. Garver might have a chance here later this inning. Swing and a miss at 97. And it's 1-2 to Polanco.
Bridge has been consistent with that fastball up in the zone. Right there at 97, 3rd or 4th pitch this half inning.
Polanco 1 for 3 tonight. Rolled a single to left field in his first at bat in the 1st inning. His average still at .332. Started the day with a 17-point lead over Tim Anderson in the batting race. Down and in, 2-2. Two and 2 to the Twins shortstop. High and deep to right center field. Chasing it is Bradley. And that ball is caught by Bradley up against the fence. A great catch by Jackie Bradley Jr. Another warning track fly ball caught by the Boston outfield.
Wow.
And the Twins go down 1-2-3 in the 7th.
He just ran right to this ball and he trapped it, I think. If this ball hits the fence.
Nope.
No. Stays in his glove. Wow.
Everybody, I'm Katie Emmer with your Malva Studio Sports Update. On this day in Twins history, we take you back to June 18th, 2015, when Kenny's Vargas hit the 100th walk-off home run in Twins history. Minnesota was taking on the Cards at Target Field. Score was 1-1, bottom of the 9th with 2 out, and Vargas sealed the deal. Twins went on to win 2-1.
Well, you look at some of the names on the back of those jerseys. Eduardo Nunez now in his, 5th year, whatever it is, with the Red Sox. Shane Robinson. Well, we talked about the turnover in the Twins bullpen, opening the door for someone to step forward. It looks like Trevor May might be doing that. He's come up with some good outings here over the last 5-6 weeks.
Fastball, curveball.
Softly hit, just a humpback liner between Scope and Crone. Jackie Bradley Jr., who made the great catch to end the bottom of the 7th, starts the 8th with a single.
First pitch, breaking ball, and he finds a hole down the right field corner.
And now Christian Vasquez. May's been pretty stingy in terms of giving up hits. Still has some issues with the walks, however. It's only 4 1/3 innings, 14 walks. Half swing, looked like he went. He did. 1 strike.
Still an important inning for Trevor May. A one-run ball game, similar to last night's game. It's down to the last 6 outs. They need to figure out something, but they can only do that in the dugout. So Trevor needs to get them back in the dugout.
Well, and you get the sense that obviously they've got 6 outs to go, 2 innings worth of at bats. A one-run game, as was the case last night, still very doable. But that's that extra run that they got last night in the 9th inning that really made the going tough.
Yeah, Brazier had a real good 9th inning. Kind of took the wind out of the Twins' sails there last night.
Runner goes, pitch hit to right. Kepler with the catch. And Bradley retreats, 1 down. Well, Bradley looked to me like he ran about 97 feet for that.
Yeah, I'm guessing about 145 maybe.
Oh yeah, they just put it up on the screen there. Now that can't be 145 feet. Kennedy started out there in deep center field.
We'll go out there tomorrow with the tape measure.
1 down, man at first, and here's Mookie Betts. Over the inside corner, a strike. Backhanded, 1-1. See, that's why we need 18 dozen baseballs, because he backhanded that pitch out of the dirt. Another ball's taken away. Brandon Workman getting loose for the 8th inning. You can't possibly use a baseball once it's touched
I can tell
the
you
earth.
this. I think I would have a tougher time, and it would slow the game down, because the way they put every ball that touches the dirt or anything, they're out of the game. I would want to rub down every ball I get, and that's going to take a little bit of time just to step off the mound, get a little tackiness in my fingers, and rub the ball down. I'm sure there's a lot of baseballs that are thrown back to the pitcher that are really slick.
Hit hard to right field. Kepler retreats. That's out number 2. And that'll be leave it up to Benintendi. Now a quick word from the Minnesota Lottery.
See where summer takes you. Play the I'm Into Summer scratch game for a shot at $100,000.
Benintendi with 2 hits, including a bunt single in the 6th inning. Over the inside corner, strike 1. We've seen May use his variety of pitches and develop much better command of them, getting ahead of batters, everything you want from a late inning reliever.
Well, he's got closer type of stuff. He's got a very good fastball that he usually locates fairly well on both sides of the plate, up and down. And he's got that hammer, good over the top breaking ball of his.
The thing he's got is the ability to keep the ball in the ballpark. Just 1 home run allowed, and now 25 innings. One strike. Flipped down the line, foul. 0-2.
How the Twins have got in position on the right side. The shift is on.
And Benintendi strikes out. May has his good inning, pitching around a leadoff single. It's still 2-1 Boston.
Inning trailing by 1, and coming up after the final out, we will bring you Twins Live. And tonight, take a look at Michael Pineda and his 6th inning strong tonight. 5 hits, just 1 run given up, and that makes a 2nd consecutive very good outing for Pineda. Unfortunately, it's also the 2nd consecutive good outing for a Boston starter and for Boston's bullpen to this point. Take a look at those Red Sox relievers and hear from Rocco Baldelli right after the game tonight. Dick and Jack.
All right, Workman in, and he will pitch to Mitch Garver, Nelson Cruz, Eddie Rosario, with the Red Sox clinging to that 1-run lead. And Workman has done a really good job for the Red Sox. Outside of New England, you might not have heard of some of these guys, but just because they're fairly anonymous around the country doesn't mean they haven't done a good job.
No, this guy's got a perfect name for a baseball name, especially out of the bullpen. Saw a 37th game that he's been in.
Control a bit of an issue. 22 walks in 33 2/3 innings. He's given up 10 hits in 33 2/3 innings. Opponent batting average of an .093. I've never seen a relief pitcher who's been effective. His ERA tells you that. But he has allowed more than twice as many walks as hits. 22 walks, only 10 hits. And Garver takes ball 1.
I think that's a sign of not giving in. Right?
Well, yeah.
You hit the corner, you miss. Oh well. Go to first base. Not going to let you hit.
He's given up 7 runs. Ball's behind Garver, 2-0. 6 of them earned runs. 1 home run, 1 hit batter. Slow breaking ball left up high, and he's having a hard time finding the strike zone with anything. Garver, to his credit, has taken 3 pitches. Workman stalking around a little bit. I don't know if he thought that breaking ball was a high strike or not.
I think he's also upset that he's fallen behind 3-0.
Cruz on deck. Strike. And a trip to the mound by Vasquez after he finally found the strike zone.
Yeah, I think he's recognizing that Worksman's a little worked up, trying to calm him down a little bit.
Aaron Levangie, the pitching coach. Garver led off the 6th inning with a double, but eventually was picked off third base in a 1-1 game.
A lot of power in the first 3 hitters. Maybe somebody can put a charge into one.
Not close. A leadoff walk in the 8th. And now Nelson Cruz.
Well, hopefully that comes back to haunt him the way it does for so many pitchers. Leadoff walk.
Now your chance to make the 2019 Google All-Star ballot a bomba ballot. 9 different Twins are in the running for the top spot at their respective position. Make sure your Minnesota Twins are represented at this year's All-Star game in Cleveland. Vote 5 times in a day to receive access to a $10 ticket for the Twins-Rangers series leading into the All-Star break. To learn more and vote, visit twinsbaseball.com/vote. And now Cruz. Single to left his last time up. Big cut, a tapper foul. Best among relievers, but the 22 walks are a little worrisome. 1-1. Rosario on deck. Yeah, first 10 weeks of the season filled with so many big hits, some of them late. The Twins didn't get any Sunday, didn't get any last night. Open for one here tonight.
Brandon Workman, they've got him listed at 6'5", 239 pounds, resides in Prosper, Texas.
1-2 to Cruz. Fastball zipped inside. And it's 2-2. Good idea. He just missed the strike zone. He looked like he had Cruz looking for something else.
Yeah, he had set up for that pitch right there, but he just missed.
High fastball got him. One down. And this is kind of how it's gone for Workman. A walk and a strikeout to the first two batters.
Well, the pitch that seems to be the pitch of the last couple of years anyway in baseball, that high fastball beat a power hitter. Saw the big swing there.
Rosario with a double in 3 trips. Hooked a double down the right field line and scored the lone Twins run back in the 4th inning.
Let's hope Workman can make a mistake here to Eddie.
Little pop up short center field. Long run for Bradley. And a great catch by the second baseman Brock Holt. No, that was Bogarts. He had to cover a long piece of ground there. I'm not even going to guess how much, but he was pulled on the right side of the infield and went into short left field.
Well, he's calling it off right there. He knows he has it. Ball hung up quite a while.
2 down. And now Crone. An RBI single in the 4th, hit by a pitch in the 6th.
Well, will he stay to pattern and work Crone up in the zone with fastballs too?
It's in the dirt, and now the tying run will advance to second. Threw him a breaking ball, and Vasquez couldn't block it. A wild pitch.
Good reactions right there from Mitch Garver too. He went immediately watching that pitch go reflect to the right side. As soon as this ball hits the ground, Mitch Garver's taken off. He sees it get by Vasquez. See how quickly he goes.
1-0 to Crone. And a runner at second with 2 down in the 4th, and delivered the RBI single to right center field. Up high, 2-0. Fastball, he got the breaking ball.
Yep.
Now 3-1. Vasquez with a better job of smothering that pitch. Kepler on deck.
I was mentioning earlier in the broadcast that I had a conversation today with pitching coach Wes Johnson. We talked a lot about pitching in general, but he said something kind of almost asking me a question. He says, Jack, do you recall any other time in baseball where hitters are guessing more than they are right now? And I thought for about a half a second, said, no, I don't remember anybody guessing more. He says, it's because the 2-strike approach is different today. And he said they're even guessing with 2 strikes. Their intent is not to shorten up and go to right.
Ball 4. Crone takes a walk, and it'll be Kepler's turn.
2 walks and a strikeout for Workman. Will he make the mistake to Max Kepler?
Kepler entered the game in the 6th and drew a walk to fill the bases.
Will that leadoff walk come back to haunt him? Dana Lemanji, the pitching coach, going to go out and have a little short conversation.
It cost Pineda the only run that he allowed.
That was a leadoff walk to Mookie Betts. Back in the top of the 4th inning.
Gonzalez was 0 for 2. Kepler pitch hit for him in the 6th. Within this homestand, just a reminder how fine a line it is between a win and a loss, and how things can be determined by one at bat. Twins have gotten some big late hits. Buxton's home run here, even though the Twins didn't win the ball game, tied it in the 9th. Garver's home run in the 8th inning ended up beating the Royals. So no, it's not the 9th inning yet, but Kepler with an opportunity here to turn this game around.
Well, you figure the worm will turn eventually, right? You keep putting pressure on those pitchers, and some way, somehow, you think that it's going to.
Driven to right, a base hit. Garver around third. He's going to score. Kepler delivers, and we're tied at 2. The leadoff walk comes around to score.
Well, it's been a little low for these Twins fans. They're up on their feet right now after that pitch right down Broadway.
Look where the target was.
Yep.
And we've all known Kepler to be a great low fastball hitter. And he threw it right into his swing zone.
Isn't that nice? Isn't that what I just asked for?
Here is Sano. Another great chance for Sano. He struck out, leaving the bases full in the 6th. Half swing, strike 1.
I don't know if I'm the only Twins fan that just really gets annoyed with those half swings. It's one thing that I know it's been preached to me in baseball since I was a little kid. If you're going to take a pass at a ball, take a pass at a ball. Check swings just drive me crazy.
You rather enjoyed them as a pitcher, didn't you?
Oh, absolutely. That means the hitter's kind of caught in between. Doesn't know what to do. I guess what I'm trying to say is commit. One way or the other, commit.
1 strike to Sano. He's off a high fastball. Well, Kepler got the hit, but this threat and the run created by the wildness of Workman. Go-ahead runs at 3rd with 2 down. He took a strike. It's 1 and 2.
Miguel's kind of caught in between in this at bat so far. Throws on that little slider right there.
One and 2. A strikeout ends the inning. But the Twins get the tying run, and we head to the 9th tied. They've had 3 games. Game in the 8th inning. Kepler's RBI single. Workman struggling with his control and eventually paid the price. And now we head to the 9th. The Twins are going to win this game. They'll have their first walk-off win of the year. Taylor Rogers trying to get us to the bottom of the 9th in a tie game.
It's funny how it all plays out sometimes. Another low-scoring game relative to the baseball terms, relative to what Twins fans are accustomed to this year. But now every pitch critical from this point on.
Going to face the 3, 4, and 5 batters for Boston. Martinez, Devers, and Bogarts. Martinez 0 for 3. Bounced into a double play in the 1st, struck out in the 4th, hit a fly ball to right in the 6th. On the outside corner.
More importantly, strike one. Be aggressive in the zone, get ahead. Things will usually work out well for you.
Big swing and a miss at the breaking ball.
94 and then 84. The difference in the two pitches. Matt Barnes, he'll get the bottom half of the ninth inning for the Red Sox.
On 3 pitches, Martinez goes down on strikes.
Well, he locates the third pitch. Taylor Rogers does, down and away. Gets J.D. Martinez to chase. Let's take a look at all 3 pitches. Fastball, strike 1. Breaking ball, strike 2. And then location on that last pitch, down out of the zone.
Devers cranked a home run. He's driven in both Boston runs tonight. An RBI single in the 4th, then the home run leading off the 7th. Hack foul.
This guy swings it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Really good numbers this year offensively.
He's 22 years of age. 22. And hitting cleanup for the Boston Red Sox. 1-1.
Yeah, he's copying the guy in front of him with the deep breaths.
Off-speed pitch spun over the screen. 1-2.
Again, Taylor working ahead in the count. Does he have a swing and miss pitch for Devers?
Breaking ball taken for ball 2.
Looks like Devers does a half-second meditation.
Way out in front. He's lucky to make contact. It's out of play. Two and two. Boston third baseman.
Fastball away. See Garver setting up out there.
Jammed
inside, yeah.
95 and it tailed in on the handle of the bat.
You know, that's exactly the pitch I was asking Rocco Baldelli about in the pregame. Those kind of situations. It was clear to me that Garver was trying to set up away. He gave him the call, fastball away, sets up outside, and then he throws it, misses the whole plate, but he gets a great result, and maybe even better than the pitch that would have been called.
Right. Wow. Miller.
Wow.
Cut the plate in half.
I think he was guessing breaking ball there.
Two down.
How much did the previous pitch affect that, right?
Dead center in the strike zone. Two down. Xander Bogaerts with Rogers striking out the first 2 batters.
Now you got to stay bearing down here. Work ahead in the count. Respect the guy at the plate. Good.
Strike 1. Another 95-mile-per-hour fastball.
That's a great pitch right there. Down in the zone. Little cheese on it. serves a purpose. Make him move his feet a little.
So even the count. 1-1. Cave, Scope, and Polanco, with Barnes loose and ready to enter. One and two. 96.
Well, what do you throw here? We've got a really live fastball tonight. He's located for the most part where he wants to. Does he go to the breaking ball? Or do you pull a string and throw your third pitch? The rule of thumb is you always want to get beat by your best pitch in these high stress situations.
He's got a piece of the 95-mile-per-hour fastball. The one slider he threw Bogarts it never looked like a strike.
No.
It started inside and kept going inside.
Made him move his feet. Threw it right at his feet.
You don't see Taylor backdoor that breaking ball very often. High fly right field. Kepler has it measured. 23 home wins for the Twins this year. They don't have a walk-off. Maybe we'll see one here shortly. And a light refreshing finish with 2 outs. Driving in Garver from second base to tie the game at 2.
Well, now the Twins have a chance to do what they haven't done. A walk-off win here at home.
Absolute haunted house for Matt Barnes. He's given up some walk-offs here at Target Field. Jake Kay will be the first man he'll face. 2 losses here. 2 walk-off home runs. One by Kepler. It was Kepler's first big league home run on a Sunday afternoon to straightaway center field. And then Mauer got it.
Well, relief pitchers don't get a lot of innings. You see that record here at Target Field.
Cave 0 for 3. Hit the ball hard his first time up, lining out to the warning track in center. Inside, ball 1. Scope will follow, then Polanco. If he can just get on, he's one of the fastest guys on the team. Might be the fastest guy on the active roster right now with Buxton on the injured list.
That's his job. Get on base. It doesn't matter how.
Chasing upstairs. Like everybody else, comes out of the Boston bullpen. They throw 96, 97.
And they're going to run it up the ladder. Very hard to lay off that. Hitter's eyes light up, and then before you know it, you're beat.
1-2. Inside, and across the belt buckle. Inside, and it hit him. And if his legs are okay, the fastest guy on the roster is at first base.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Minnesota Twins and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent of the Minnesota Twins, LLC. Well, does Jonathan Schoop have a little magic in him right now? How about a gapper? Let's see if Jake Cave's legs are feeling good.
A single and 3 trips. A single sandwiched by 2 swinging strikeouts. Foul back, 1 strike. Barnes pitching to Mauer, and he clobbered it into the bullpen for a walk-off home run. That was 2 years ago. One strike to Schoop.
You wouldn't mind if Jonathan Schoop does that right now, would you?
Pitches up high, 1-1.
Schoop with 12 home runs, 9 of them coming off relief pitchers.
Well, the Twins might not send Cave here. It's his ability to go first to third, maybe first to home, that might come in awfully handy here. And 2. Cave stole 2 bases, was thrown out once last year, and he was up for 91 games.
The last 3 relievers, Grazer, Workman, and now Barnes, all throw in the high 90s up in the zone with their fastballs.
1-2 to Schoop. Got a piece. It was upstairs again, but he was able to get a foul tip. Polanco on deck. One and 2 to Schoop. On the outside corner, he took one for strike 3. 1 down. And now Polanco. Oh. Schoop questioned the call, and you see why.
Inches.
Polanco 1 for 4. As a right-handed batter, he rolled a single to left field his first time up. Since then, 2 outfield flies and a pop-up. The 7th inning outfield fly was hit to the wall, and Jackie Bradley Jr. made a great catch.
Yeah, that's one of those highlight reel catches.
Over the inside edge. Boston outfield playing a little deeper, trying to eliminate the chance of an extra base hit.
Most of the attendants tonight are still here, waiting for the Twins to bring them to their feet.
Breaking ball smothered by Vasquez. Strike 2. Remember the last time I've seen Polanco take 2 fastballs for strikes.
Well, I'm guessing that he was thinking that ball was up. Red Sox pitchers have really pitched around the perimeter of the zone.
1-2 to Polanco. Struck him out at 97. 2 down. That'll leave it to Mitch Garver.
We've seen this pattern here. The last 3 innings. A lot of high fastballs that are beating the Twins hitters up in the zone.
Garver's already provided the highlight of the homestand with his 8th inning home run against the Royals. He can trump it here.
That's the one distance you don't get paid anymore for overtime.
Off the plate at 97, ball 1. Garver said when he hit the big home run against the Royals, he stood in the box thinking, I'm going to hit a home run here. I'm going to hit it a country mile to left field. He said he had to reset. He had to get out of the box and concentrate on taking the ball to right center or center field. Breaking ball taken for a strike. Hit by a pitch. Hasn't moved since taking first base.
Well, every pitch is so critical, both for the hitter and the pitcher.
2-1.
Good take right there. Back-to-back breaking balls from Barnes, excuse me. Tyler Duffy now throwing, or at least milling around the Twins bench.
Twins are 23-12 here at Target Field, but haven't had one walk-off hit yet this year.
Oh, they've been thumping on everybody.
Sometimes the game comes around and gives you a chance for redemption. Garver picked off third base in the 6th inning. And a rally fizzled. Now an opportunity to win the game. Short center. Holt is out there, and we'll head to extra innings. Tied at 2. C.J. Cron with an RBI single back in the 4th inning that tied the game at 1, and then Max Kepler with an RBI single in the 8th, tying the game at 2. We head to the 10th inning. Twins have had just 2 extra inning games, one in Kansas City that they won as the visiting team, and then they lost one here against the Royals, or against Seattle, I should say. Buxton hit the 9th inning home run, and the Twins kicked the ball around and kind of gave the Mariners a win. Holt cracks one into the right field corner on Duffy's first pitch. He's got an extra base hit. Kepler with the retrieve, and it's a leadoff double for Boston in the 10th.
Try to get ahead in the count. Fastball right on the inside corner, and Brock Holt ready for it. Now Boston with a chance to take the lead.
Michael Chavis batting.
put up the numbers, the box score there. Everything even except runners left on base.
Nice catch by Garber. Ball 1. Duffy had a rough outing his last time out. Pitched an inning, gave up 3 runs, none of them earned. That was the game I spoke of where the Twins committed some errors. Wes Johnson's going to come to the mound here. That ball game in the 10th inning. D. Gordon started the inning with a double. The Twins committed 2 errors, and the Mariners got 3 unearned runs and ended up beating the Twins in 10 innings. 2 extra inning games and 2 extra innings. Twins have never played in the 11th inning. 1-0 to Chavis. 2-0. Red Sox good record in extra inning games, and they played 7 of them. Nice stop by Sano. He sets, fires, and alertly taking third base is Holt. Nice dig at first by Crone. And Holt played that perfectly, and now the go-ahead run is 90 feet away.
Sano does everything he can do right here. First of all, he catches the ball. He checks the runner at second base slightly, but he's got to hurry it up and get it across the diamond. So not a lot of time to make that decision. You see the little peek out of the corner of his eye. Brock Holt does stop momentarily, but is seen upon the throw from Sano, he instantly takes off and gets to third base. So now a fly ball could capture the lead for the Sox.
Bradley strikes out about once every 3 times. Duffy has picked up his strikeout rate considerably this year. 20 innings pitched now, and he's gotten 29 strikeouts. So the remedy for this is to strike out the number 8 batter.
That'd be a good plan.
Infield is in case it's put in play. 1 strike to Bradley. Doesn't chase the high fastball. Bradley's 1 for 3 today and has not struck out. 219 at bats, 70 strikeouts. Missing inside, 2-1. Christian Vasquez, the number 9 hitter's on deck. Foul, 2-2.
Nice pick by first base coach Tommy Goodwin.
Sano is playing about 3 feet off the third base bag, all designed to keep Holt as close to third base as he can. Nonchalanted it. Had it all the way.
Gotta trust those hands, right?
With 2 strikes, the Twins swing Polanco over to the right side now. 2-2. Duffy needs a strikeout.
Oh.
And he hit him. First and third, 1 down.
Well, that will set up the double play. See, he just yanks this breaking ball, and Bradley Jr. just not much he can, nowhere to go really.
Infield in. Vasquez is the catcher. Hate to malign all catchers, but you'd like to think he'd be a candidate to ground into a double play, and he's done so 8 times in less than 200 at bats. He had a guy very strikeout prone, and he had him up there with 2 strikes, but hooked a breaking ball and hit him in the heel.
It almost looked like Mitch Garver was giving Tyler Duffy some options. He wanted to agree on a pitch or a sequence of pitches here to Christian Vasquez. Now will Alex Cora send Jackie Bradley Jr. try to stay out of the double play.
You've seen Holt run pretty well. His speed of force at third base. Punch to right. Kepler charging. He can fire right down the right field line if he wants. 2 down. And now Betts. Left-handed thrower going to his left. And his throw up the line a little bit, but Holt did not go, in part because of who the on-deck hitter is.
Well, here is the ball game right here for Tyler Duffy. Chance to maybe pick up a win. He records an out here. You never know.
That's 0 for 3 with a walk and a run scored.
You pretty much ignore the runners right now. This is a battle between Tyler Duffy and Mookie Betts.
One and 0. High fly right center field. Kepler chasing and catching right in front of the fence. The Red Sox waste a leadoff double. We go to the bottom of the 10th. Have their first walk of the year. Nelly Cruz will lead things off. Every weekday morning, Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp go head-to-head on the day's hottest sports topics. Undisputed with Skip and Shannon, weekdays from 8:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. Central, only on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. Cruz, Rosario, and Crone due to face left-hander Josh Taylor.
Well, you see the numbers for Mr. Taylor. 7th appearance here tonight.
Well, giving up a whole bunch of hits. A dozen of them in 6 1/3 innings. Opponent batting average of .400. We've tried to detail how effective the Twins batters have been this year against lefties. Starting with Cruz, he's hitting lefties at a .324 clip. Inside, ball 1. Rosario's hitting the same against righties and lefties. Inside, called a strike, 1-1. Cruz inside, missing again, 2-1.
Another big, tall pitcher for Boston. Taylor listed at 6'5", 235 pounds.
2-1 to Nelson Cruz. Pulled foul, 2-2. Twins have 2 bench players left. Arraez, who just arrived, and Castro. Cruz reaches. We could see a pinch runner with Arraez coming into the game. Two and 2 to Cruz. 3-2.
Kind of spit on that breaking ball. He's thrown 3. All 3 have missed. Fastball's the pitch he can command here. So veteran hitters are aware of those things. Will he sit on a fastball here? And throw another breaking ball.
Struck him out. One down. And now Rosario.
Gets him to chase. 3 straight balls, and really would have been easily ball 4, but Nelson Cruz being aggressive swings out of the zone.
Crowd wants to go home, so they'll start the Eddie chant. Popped up, out of play. Rosario has a double, but he's hit an awful lot of balls over the last, well, during the homestand, up in the air. A lot of pop-ups. See if he can get on top of one.
Trying to hit the bottom half of the ball, get that backspin.
Oh, and 2.
Good swing. Keep it up.
Hit hard to center field, but Bradley is there. Read it perfectly off the bat. A bullet for out number 2. That guy's good.
Well, he had it played in the right spot, and then, like you mentioned, he really read it well. Instantly, he's running in, knowing upon contact that the ball is going to be in front of him, not behind him. A lot of guys that aren't real familiar with the position, they might freeze and wait to see the trajectory of the ball before they react. Bradley was right on top of that.
See Jake Crone's hitting lefties at a .333 clip. 6 of his 15 home runs have come against southpaws. Fouled away. Every last one of these guys throws 96 or above. One strike to Crone. Breaking ball inside.
Really hasn't shown that he can command the breaking ball yet. He threw 1 for a strike.
Inside again. Yeah, if he's thrown 7 of them, he's only thrown 1 for a strike. He got the swinging strike, but that pitch was a foot low.
Right.
Kepler hoping for a chance this inning. It's down the right field line into the seats. 2-2. So he has Crone right where he had Cruz, and he threw him a breaking ball low out of the strike zone and struck him out.
Yeah, that was on a 3-2 count.
Yep. Two and 2 to Crone. Headed up the middle and into center field, a base hit. Crone is aboard. And Kepler will hit.
Well, it wasn't pretty, but it'll look good in the box score. Base hit up the middle. Now, if you're Max Kepler, are you going to? There's the replay on that pitch. Got in on C.J. Crone a little bit, but he fought it off and drove it up the middle. Kepler's got to be watching from the on-deck circle and seeing that the breaking ball hasn't really been located well. So do you hope that he hangs one, or are you sitting on a fastball?
Swung on and missed. Kepler's really poured it on against lefties. He's hitting lefties better than righties. 286, 4 doubles, 3 home runs. One and one. If Kepler doesn't end the inning or the game, Sano is in the on deck circle. Fouled away, and it's 1-2.
Got to be getting close to those 18 dozen balls, don't they?
th pitch coming for Taylor. One and two to Kepler. Well off the plate. And a nice take by Kepler.
Almost looked like Taylor kind of guided that ball, almost like he was aiming it.
Two and two. Kepler strikes out. And for the first time this year, the Twins are headed to the 11th inning. Let's get caught up. Not much score tonight, but again, the Red Sox got the first run of the ball game. Devers with an RBI single in the 4th. Then Crone tied the game with a base hit.
That was 1-1. Then Devers hits a solo home run. Gets over the flower pot in right field. That puts Boston ahead 2-1. Max Kepler pinch hitting. Gets a big hit. That drives home another second run. Mitch Garver scores for the Twins.
Duffy hoping to get that leadoff man here in the 11th inning. Benintendi is the hitter. 2 singles, including a bunt single. Breaking ball, strike 1. Breaking ball, strike 2. Duffy didn't seem to have good feel for the breaking ball in his first inning of work, but now a couple of good ones.
Yeah, sometimes it takes an inning or two, and Tyler has a little bit of time to sit on the bench.
Wow.
Times letter 1, 2, 3.
Not only got him, he struck him out on 3 pitches. 1 down, and now J.D. Martinez.
Let's look at the pitching sequence. Couple breaking balls. First one right on the block. Second one swinging, and then he climbs the ladder with a fastball.
Pitch just above the strike zone. Another swing and miss, and now Martinez.
Epidemic in baseball.
Hall of Famer Jim Palmer said for years he wouldn't be able to pitch in the 90s and after the turn of the century because the high strike wasn't called. He could come back and pitch now.
Oh my.
Because that was his pitch in the 60s and 70s.
I was going to say, of all the guys, there's 2 guys in my entire career that got that pitch called. Jim Palmer and Roger Clemens.
Yeah.
They were the only 2 guys I ever saw consistently pitch up there and get away with it.
1-1 to Martinez. Swung on and missed. A good breaking ball again.
Yeah.
Martinez has struck out twice swinging.
He's showing a willingness that he'll chase down in the zone. Now will Duffy try to throw that fastball up, or will he back it up with another breaking ball down in the zone off the plate maybe? He wanted to.
Blocked by Garver. 2-2. Parker getting loose. Pitched the 9th inning last night. Cracked foul. Reaching back for 95.
And be careful if you're going to try to live there.
Devers on deck. He's driven in the 2 Boston runs. Breaking ball taken, and it's ball 3.
Well, now he's got to throw a strike. You don't want to put anybody on.
Got him. A better breaking ball for strike 3.
Well, again, kind of capitalizing on the aggression of the hitter. Ball out of the zone. JD Martinez is just counting on the fact that it's 3-2. He's got to throw a strike, and he doesn't throw a strike. But he gets a great result because that ball starts at the bottom of the zone and then breaks out of it.
And now Devers, an RBI single in the 4th. Solo home run leading off the 7th. Hit the home run on a breaking ball. Got his attention up and in. Pounded foul.
Tyler Duffy here. I try to lock him up on a fastball up and in.
That's where first pitch was.
Yeah, just go back up in there and make sure it's off the plate in.
Fouled away. 1-2.
Again, he got away with one there.
You could see that from the reaction of Devers. He's kicking the dirt like he missed his pitch.
Yeah, you don't get too many cookies, and that was one.
He's hitting himself in the helmet with his hand. One and 2 from Duffy to Devers. Check swing foul.
Good pitch right there. He had him beat. Devers somehow was able to just flip the bat out there and foul it off.
Strike 3.
He kicked it. He's out.
And for the same reason that Scope was called out earlier, what an inning for Tyler Duffy. His 2nd inning, and he strikes out the side. Of your relief outing, and it's corner for a W. Couldn't be helped but thinking, well, this isn't my night. But then he pitched out of that jam at a great 11th inning. And now Miguel Sano will lead things off against Taylor, starting his 2nd inning.
Well, Sano, hopefully he can have the same kind of magic that Tyler Duffy has had, because it hasn't started off very well for Miguel tonight. 3 strikeouts and 3 plate appearances. But that all can be erased with one swing of the bat.
Swing and a miss. 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. In his last 2 at bats, he's left 5 men on base. Up and away. Same situation we had leading off the 10th with Cruz leading off. And if Sano can just get on base, the Twins have a pinch running move to make with Arise. One and 2.
Miguel's getting beat with fastballs that are in the zone. It's not like he's chasing out of the zones. The last couple days, he's just missing balls that he should be pounding on. I don't know if it's because he's trying to track the breaking ball a little longer and let it travel deeper, but for whatever reason, he's getting beat on fastballs.
1 and 2. Gave a breaking ball. Strike three, he's done. And Sano strikes out for the 4th time. I didn't think he went. No, he went. One down. And now Cave, lefty against lefty. Cave was hit by a pitch leading off the 9th inning, but never got beyond first base. Missing low, ball 1.
Somebody's going to blink somewhere, somehow. Every pitch, every swing.
1-1.
It's all been pitching here in the last couple innings. Hit him.
Oh, hit the bat. Check swing. And the bat hardly moved, but pitch hit the bat, and it's 1-2.
I wonder if it hit the knob of the bat or somewhere on the handle. No, it hit the end of the bat. Barrel.
Off the plate, 2-2. Parker warmed up. He'll have the 12th inning if we have a 12th inning. And Cave tried to send us home. Got a pitch up, fouled it straight back. Just recalled today. Scope on deck. 3-2.
Good take right there. You know, we talked about it with Duffy. Now Josh Taylor, same scenario. You got to throw a strike, but will that hitter swing out of the zone? Cat and mouse game that we play when every pitch has purpose.
Full count to Jake Cave. Tapped foul. Seems like from up here, it seems like they're throwing fastballs down to Cave and not the high fastball. That last one looked like it was down around the knee.
It was actually off the plate low.
It's kind of where Jake likes it.
But he got a piece of it.
Again on 3-2. Struck him out. 96 miles per hour, 2 down. Taylor's trying to match what Duffy did, and that's strike out the side in his 2nd inning.
Well, that was just power against power right there, and he won the battle.
Scope, a single and 4 at bats. The other 3 at bats were strikeouts. High fly, center field. Bradley, plenty of room out there. And we'll go to the 12th inning, still tied at 2. Inning. Twins will get as many extra innings tonight as they have all year long. Well, the bullpen's been really good in a 2-2 game.
Well, Trevor May came in and he threw an inning, did a good job. Taylor Rogers, a clean 1-2-3 inning. A couple strikeouts for him. Tyler Duffy had a little scare in the 10th with the double, but he records an out and then strikes out the side in his 11th inning of work. He's fired up. Now Blake Parker will come in, the 12th pitcher of this ball game.
Twins have McGill, Morin, and Littell left in the bullpen. It's Parker facing Bogarts, Holt, and Chavis. Parker gave up the run last night in the 9th inning. Couple of doubles. Second double hit by Bogarts with 2 strikes on an 0-2 count. In fact, he threw a fastball off the plate. Bogarts drilled it to right center field.
Just went with it. It was a pitch maybe 3-4 inches off the plate, but it was up and he just went with it. Didn't try to do too much.
Breaking ball away, ball 1. That looked to be the breaking ball.
Yep.
Parker has 3 pitches: the breaking ball, the splitter, and the fastball. Really been a rough go for Parker going back to the end of May. He's given up a lot of runs, and when he's given up a run, it hasn't typically been just one. At least last night it was 1 run. It was a big one. Hoping to have a nice clean 12th inning here. There's the splitter, and he threw it for a strike. 1 and 2. Holt on deck, and then Chavis.
Well, I'd like to see him double up with that splitter right now, but started at the bottom of the strike zone and bounce it. See if Bogart's going to be chasing down in the zone.
Fly ball center field. Cave is there. 1 down. One down, and now Brock Holt. Holt led off the 10th with a double. Went to third in the next at bat, and then Duffy froze him there. Chris Sale ready to pinch hit. Ball 1. Colton Brewer pitched an inning last night. Might get the 12th inning. There's that splitter for a strike again.
Seems like Parker's in a little bit better command tonight than he was last night. Although I question that pitch that he threw to record an out against Bogarts. Looked like it was fastball center cut.
Drifting away. 2-1.
I wonder if he could wind up.
Left up high, now 3-1.
A lot of relievers just work out of the stretch only. But with all those antics, you just wonder, would he do something funky if he won't wound up?
Needs to throw a strike here. 3-1 to Holt. On the ground through the shift into right center field. Scope was pulled over in the hole a little bit, and it's a sharp ground ball single for Holt with 1 down.
Second consecutive hit for Brock Holt.
Hit right at the second base umpire, Stu Sherwine. Now Michael Chavis 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Hit the ball hard his last time up. Sano made a nice play behind the bag to throw him out, but on the play Holt went from second to third. Talk so much about the Twins' balance of power up and down the lineup, even through the bench. Red Sox have balance of speed with 12 different players having stolen a base, including Holt. He only has one. Grounder. Polanco, nice play, flipping to second, relay to first, not in time. A long backhanded flip by Polanco, but it was on target for out number 2.
Well, they get the lead runner. That's the most important thing. See Polanco going to his left, and momentum takes him the other way. Scope does a nice job of just staying on the base, make sure that they record that lead out. Ball was fed to him a little bit high. Steps on the base. Got to do that first.
2 down, a runner at first, and now Jackie Bradley Jr. hit by a pitch his last time up. Twins haven't played good in the field lately, and this has been one of their tidier games. There have been some nice plays turned by the infield. Inside, almost hit him again. Sano made that nice play in the 10th inning behind the third base bag. That was a nice play by Polanco going to his left. We're going to get 2 there, but they were able to get the lead runner. 1-0 to Bradley. Came into the series as one of Boston's hottest hitters. In there for a strike.
Well, there's 25 strikeouts in this game, and from the 9th inning on, there's 11 strikeouts. So you think they're worried about a 2-strike approach?
1-1. Squirted to left, base hit. And Bradley is aboard, and now Vasquez will bat with runners at first and second. Chavis at second base.
Well, you fight it off and lift the ball. Sometimes it's how you serve it, right?
Comes Wes Johnson, the pitching coach. Drives managers nuts when you get into extra inning games and you see guys just trying to win the game with a home run. But you really can't blame the Red Sox for that. I mean, they got a leadoff double in the 10th. They've got a couple of singles here in the 12th inning. It hasn't been, for them at least, an all or nothing approach.
Well, Vasquez, he's flown out 3 times, once to left, and 2 times the last 2 plate appearances. He's flown out to right field. He did get a base hit back in the 6th inning. But he hasn't hit anything on the ground. So maybe that conversation was about elevating pitches, trying to get him to pop it up maybe.
Vasquez, good average hitter. Hitting a .289. In there for a strike with the splitter. Long extended look at Chavis at second base, who was able to take a huge lead.
That ball didn't have a lot of movement. It was basically a straight change. It was the splitter, but sometimes because he doesn't get his hand on top of the ball doesn't really have a lot of downward spin, and so it stays kind of more like a sinking changeup than that good old-fashioned hard fork ball.
side, 1-1. Parker's splitter doesn't have the downward, the overspin, the topspin that yours had.
Well, it's because the way he releases it, it's coming out of his hand with fastball rotation, but it sinks because he doesn't finish it off with his fingertips. And it's really what it is an effective changeup. He has a little movement down, but it really drops 10 miles an hour, and he's got the fastball arm action.
Fastball taken low. It's 2-1. You got to get this guy because Mookie Betts is the on-deck hitter.
Yeah, you just prefer he doesn't come up again. You just leave it right here, the number 9 hitter.
Parker back for some rosin. Two and one to Christian Vasquez. Splitter hung inside. Grounded foul, 2-2.
Well, the crowd getting into it a little bit. Almost 4 hours into this ball game. Blake Parker needs to make a pitch.
He needs to make it here. You don't want it to go 3-2 with 2 outs. The runners get an early break from their bases.
I concur.
Two and two to Vasquez. Strike 3.
Got the job done.
To the bottom of the 12th, tied at 2.
6 with a fastball. Keeps it away and beats him.
Jack said it's about a 4-hour-long ball game, but we're tied at 2. It's been another really interesting game. Twins having to tie the game at 1, tying the game at 2. They've never had a lead. We'll see if they can get a lead here at the bottom of the 12th. There's what the box score looks like. Not much going on for either team.
No, there hasn't been, except strikeouts, 26 of those, and a lot of pitchers. Number 13 coming in the game right now. Colton Brewer will be the next Red Sox pitcher, and he's going to face the top of the order for the Twins.
Brewer pitched the 8th inning last night. Walked the leadoff man. Tonight, the leadoff man is Polanco. Then Garver and Cruz. See if Polanco could get aboard here.
They're going to shift him to the right side. Bogart's walking slowly over the second base side of second base. And Brock Holt well into the hole.
In there for a strike. Both teams got innings from their starters last night, and that helps things a little bit here tonight as we get into the 12th. Fly ball to center. Bradley hardly has to move. One down. And it'll bring up Garver. Garver with a double, leading off the 6th, and a hard ground ball right down the line. Drew a walk leading off the 8th and scored the 2nd run. Just missed, ball 1.
I'll tell you, whoever loses this game, they're going to take it a little tough because it's been a battle. Anytime you play 10, 11, 12 innings in this case. You want to win the game.
Strike one.
And both bullpens, like you said, Dick, have really done a nice job.
Like Moore getting loose. Up to Garber, 2-1. Yankees beat the Rays. The Red Sox need to win or they'll drop another game to New York. Popped up, it's back and out of play.
He hung it and Mitch had a pass at it. Sometimes they say this game's a game of inches, right? Sometimes it's fractions of an inch. He just missed that pitch.
Cruz on deck. Tapped foul.
Stayed alight on a pitcher's pitch right there. Spotted it down and away right on the outside corner, bottom part of the zone.
Twins with only 8 hits, only 2 of them since the 6th inning. 2-2 to the Twins catcher. Driven to left. Benintendi is there. Hard line drive. Caught for out number 2. It's the second time Garber's lined out to Benintendi. And now Nelson Cruz. Cruz 1 for 5, a ground ball single in the 6th inning. Has struck out his last 2 times up. Checked his swing, ball 1. Full swing and a miss.
Really try to shoot the ball the other way.
Missing outside, 2-1.
Laying him straight up defensively all around.
3-1. Rosario on deck.
Well, he can keyhole one right here. Nelson Cruz, look for something that you like. Don't miss it.
Ball 4, and Cruz will take a 2-out walk and maybe set up Rosario. Rosario 1 for 5. He's got a double in the 4th. The ball hard as last time up, but to Bradley. Up and in, ball 1. Rosario hasn't homered in this homestand. His last home run coming 9 days ago in Detroit. Inside, 2-0. Now Devers is vacating third base. Nearly the entire left side of the infield is wide open.
has a free pitch here. Something that he can handle. Hitters count.
Makes a strike. He thought it was high.
It was. Well, it looked like it was 3 inches up out of the zone.
Pitch stolen by Vasquez, and it's 2-1. That's hit to short right field and down for a hit. Cruz to second. That's far enough. And now Crone will hit with the winning run at second base. We'll see if the Twins make a pinch running move here for Arraez. And he will be pinch running now for Cruz.
Well, this is almost a defensive swing right here. Little slider that almost hits his hands. And he just kind of fought it off and lifted it over the second baseman's head.
Arraez just arrived in Minnesota earlier today after the first pitch of the ball game. Here's C.J. Crone. Ball one. Twins have only scored 2 runs tonight, but they've each been produced by a 2-out hit. Crone's single in the 4th and Kepler's single in the 8th. Swung on and missed. 1-1.
I don't think I've seen so many 95+ mile-an-hour fastballs up in the zone. I mean, it is an extra inning game, but this bullpen has really been pounding those fastballs up.
Driven to right field. Retreating is Betts. On the warning track, there have been, I bet you, 6 fly balls caught on the warning track by the Boston outfielders in the first 2 games. Sox, they've left 7 on. They've had better chances to score than the Twins have had in the extra innings. But now they'll send the top of their lineup up in the 13th inning.
And they're going to face Mike Morin. Only 2 guys left in the Twins pen.
Morin was the guy on the mound when the Twins kind of kicked the ball around in the 8th inning against Kansas City. In fact, it was Morin air. It was a tough play. He was covering the bag and he was looking over his left shoulder for the throw and couldn't find the bag, and that kind of opened up the door for what would follow. The Royals scored 3 runs. They were unearned runs. So we'll see what he can do against the Red Sox top of the lineup, starting with Mookie Betts, who is 0 for 4 with a walk. Right on the outside corner. Good first pitch. And a breaking ball missing. 1-1. Benintendi and Martinez will follow.
Twins shifted around to the left side on the infield straight away. A little bit deep in the outfield.
Hit the inside corner with a changeup.
Not where you want to throw it. I think that was actually a breaking ball that he just kind of didn't get through, and it backed up, stayed up and in.
1-2 to Betts. Fastball just away, and it's 2-2. popped up, backing out of play. Red Sox got 2 men on in the 12th, but left them both there. 2 men on in the 10th. Hector Velasquez getting loose for the 13th inning. Well, that one landed in front of the batter's box. Now 3-2. That's gone. Betts cranks one, hits the foul pole. And the Red Sox take a 3-2 lead. Betts stood at home plate for a while, wanted to make sure it didn't hook foul, and it almost did. (3-2) Boston. The count ran to 3-2. And it looked like Betts was waiting for the fastball.
Well, all smiles right now in the Sox dugout.
And now Benintendi. On the ground towards the hole. Nice pickup by Scope. Spins and fires one away.
Here's that pitch to Mookie Betts, and it stayed right middle half of the plate. Started tailing in, and he just dropped the barrel. Admires it, but he's wondering, will it stay fair? And it does.
At the middle of the foul screen, not the pole. Here's J.D. Martinez. Hard to left, and Rosario's there. So 2 pitches after the home run. There are 2 outs. And now Devers. Twins will send up Kepler, Sano, and Cave in their half of the 13th. Two solo home runs for the Red Sox. Devers hit one leading off the 7th, and now Betts has one leading off the 13th. Low ball 1. That one will leak through the right side. A base hit for Devers, his 3rd of the ball game. And it'll bring up Bogarts. Bogarts 1 for 5, a single way back in the 5th inning.
Believe it or not, that guy started the game for Boston.
Yeah.
4.5 hours ago.
Gave the Red Sox 6 innings, or 5 innings rather, and Pineda gave the Twins 6. Twins have held his Red Sox lineup to 5 runs in 22 innings. Unless they can get a run or more here in the bottom of the 13th, they'll have lost both games 1-0.
A little different shift right now. They've got Polanco pulled way around in the hole at shortstop. And straight up the middle behind second base is Jonathan Scope.
One and 0 to Bogaerts. Fly ball right field. Kepler over a few steps. Twins need to get one in their half of the 13th. Mookie Betts hitting his 12th of the year. The Red Sox have taken the lead in extras. Line, which of course is in fair territory, and it's 3-2 Boston. And Kepler will lead things off. He'll be followed by Sano and Cave. And the Twins need to get one here against Velasquez. Number's not all that good for Velasquez. He's been a starter and a reliever. And 17 walks in 34 2/3 innings.
Yeah, about half as many walks as strikeouts. But this game's still within reach. I know it's a little disheartening to give up that go-ahead run top half of the 13th inning, but don't give up hope yet.
Twins need to get the leadoff man on. They did in the 9th. Cave was hit by a pitch. Nothing came of it, but it just changes everything when you get the leadoff guy on. Kepler tied the game with an 8th inning single. This is just his 4th plate appearance. He's walked, singled in a run, and struck out in the 10th. Strike at the knees. If that's as hard as he can throw, that's quite a change from what the Twins have seen out of this Boston bullpen when everybody's been throwing 96 or 97. And now 1-1.
Well, this is almost like a leadoff role for Max Kepler.
Should be used to that by now.
You know, just track the ball, work the count, get something you can handle. You end up on first base, let that guy take a hack. He's due.
And now 1-2.
Change up there that sinks at the very end.
A drive to right field. We are tied.
What'd I tell you? Don't give up hope. Max Kepler gets a high fastball.
The 5th home run allowed by Velasquez, and it was a no-doubter. RBI single in the 8th, a bigger home run in the 13th, and now Sano. Outside ball 1. My goodness, that ball was crushed.
Well, quick to the baseball. That's what Max can do. His hands just flew through the zone. That ball is in the mid-90s, up in the zone like a lot of the pitches, but he stayed on top and just drove it.
1-1. I like how you put it. It just looks like Miguel is stuck in between.
Yeah,
unable
really
to catch up to the fastball and way out in front of the off-speed stuff. Up the middle, fielded on one hop. Holt fires to first, 1 away. And we'll bring up Cave.
Take another look at that swing by Max Kepler. Fastball up, 93-mile-an-hour heater, and he just dropped the barrel on it, and everybody admired it, except all the Boston fans. Upper deck shot.
Cave is 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts.
He could do the same thing here.
Woke up this morning in Rochester, New York. Ball 1. Tapper, right side. 2 down, and that'll bring up Scope. Scopes 1 for 5. He struck out 3 times. Scope hit a fly ball to center his last time up. At the knees, strike 1. Hit hard. Gobbled up by Devers. Low throw, dug out by Chavis. And we go to the 14th inning. Max Kepler answering Mookie Betts with a home run of his own. And we head to the 4th inning, and he touched off a long home run.
There's a StatCast. Exit velocity 99.7. Projected distance 391 feet. But he kept the fans that still are here intrigued and hoping that their home team can pull it out in the end.
Brock Holt will lead off the 14th for Boston. Then Michael Chavis and Jackie Bradley Jr. Holt has hits his last 2 times up. In there for a strike. McGill's ERA is bloated because of a couple of 4-run outings 6 days apart from one another.
Yeah, that can put a hurt on a relief pitcher.
Breaking ball over. He gave up 4 earned runs, 5 runs total in St. Petersburg on the last road trip. And then in Detroit later on the same road trip, 1 inning and 4 more earned runs. Hit hard to center. And a base hit. Holt has 3 straight hits. And he's aboard to start the 14th. And now Michael Chavis.
First baseman, Michael Chavis.
Hitless 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts. And now a base hit to right center field. Holt didn't get a really good read on it. He'll only go to second base. But now McGill's greeted with back-to-back singles to start the 14th.
Yeah, both pitches kind of elevated. Wes Johnson's going to take a slow walk out to the mound. And I mean a slow walk.
Well, there's no one warming up, and the only reliever out there is Zach Littell. And Littell is the one that's standing. You got bullpen catchers, and there's at least one too many of them out there. And we only have one reliever left, right? Now Jackie Bradley Jr. and the Twins are thinking bunt here. They've got Crone and Sano in on the grass. Bradley with 2 singles. He's reached his last 3 times up. He was hit by a pitch in between the singles. Jabbed at it. Strike 1. They got to play at third base. No, they throw to second, not in time, and they do get the out at first. Garver looked at third. It looked like he had a play, but he saw Sano backpedaling and decided to throw to second instead.
Well, Chavez got a good jump, and he was safe at second.
So it will be scored 1-6-3, but a sacrifice. Second and third, and 1 away.
It's an overhead view of what happened. You see Mitch Garver jumping out. Lots of time to get to Sano, but he wasn't at the bag because he was in on the grass. They finally get Bradley Jr. at first base. Scored 1 out.
Infield in for Vasquez. 1 for 5 on the night. Fly ball, very short right field. Scope is out, and that's out number 2. And now they throw to third, and he just got back.
Well, Scope showing off his arm. It's like, you want to go ahead and bluff here, dive back and eat some dirt.
So a quick second out, and it'll be up to Betts. Man, that was a strong throw.
Yeah.
So the inning started with 2 singles. Now the sacrifice, the pop-up. Betts at the plate. He homered his last time up. Missing inside. Well, the same situation Betts was in the 10th inning, and he hit a fly ball to Kepler.
I got a good feeling here that they're going to get him out, and Twins are going to score in the 14th.
2-0. A base is open, but Benintendi is no slouch either.
You know, pick your poison, I guess.
Well, they're going to go ahead and walk him. Intentionally walking him, and now pitching to Benintendi.
So they'd rather face the left-hander.
Of course, now there's no longer a base open, and you have to throw strikes. One of McGill's issues has been the walks. This is his 20th inning, and he's walked now 12 guys. This is his first intentional walk. Ball 1. Way out in front of the breaking ball. Strike 2 with a fastball.
Well, he humped it up a little bit. 96-mile-an-hour fastball away. And now he's got some options. Go back to that breaking ball. If he does keep it down in the zone, maybe have it start and break out of the zone down, or ride that high fastball again.
Fouled away. Fastball up and away.
McGill in the driver's seat here, ahead in the count.
1-2 to Benintendi. Chopper right side. Scope to Crone, and McGill pitches out of the jam. In fact, have their first win tonight. They've had to work for it.
Yeah. Well, both teams really battling. I know it's sometimes, you know, there's fans that love these extra inning games. There's people like you and me that would prefer it didn't go this way, but you know what? Both teams are really battling here, and it's been a lot of good pitching tonight.
Well, if you got to play them, it's important that you win them, especially when you get to this point. Polanco will lead things off. He got a hit in his first at bat, and since has gone 0 for 5. Garver and Arise will follow. In the dirt, ball 1.
Well, I'm sure it's going to end here because my scorecard stops at 14 innings. My pitching chart stops at 7 guys apiece. 6, I don't know how many. I lost track.
Strike called, 1-1. Kepler hit his home run, and then Velasquez got 3 ground ball outs. But as we reintroduce him here, control's been an issue with 17 walks in 35 2/3 innings. See if Polanco can work a walk. A little pop up left field, running in is Benintendi. And it is the 5th time tonight that Polanco has hit a pop up or a short fly ball, 1 down.
His 7th at bat.
Garver has a double and 2 lineouts to Benintendi, so he's probably had the best, most consistent contact, solid contact for the Twins tonight. And if we're still playing the game, Arias will make his first plate appearance next. Strike over the inside edge. One and one. The only bench player the Twins have who hasn't played is Jason Castro, and it's his 32nd birthday today.
Happy birthday.
So his teammates can help him celebrate his birthday with a win. Strike called, an off-speed pitch, and it's 2-2. Excuse me, 1-2.
One swing of the bat. That's all it takes.
Garver hit the dramatic 8th inning home run against Kansas City a few nights ago. Fouled back, and another off-speed pitch.
A little slider there that Mitch Garver stayed on.
Strike 3. Garver strikes out. 2 down. And that will bring up Luis Arraez.
He drops down a little bit, throws another slider down in the zone. Garver swings through it.
Arraez looking around the infield. Where are their holes? First plate appearance of his night. Ball 1. Arraez made quite an impression when he was up with the Twins earlier this year. Getting called up today with Ray Adrianza going on the injured list.
Did he wake up in Rochester?
No, I found out they woke up in Columbus, Ohio.
Columbus. Oh,
what a catch by Devers. A bullet off the bat of Arraez. It's the 3rd out of the 14th inning. And we're still stuck at 3-3. It's been a remarkable game. It really has. We're going to the 15th inning. And J.D. Martinez will lead things off. It's been a miserable night for Martinez. He stands in 0 for 6. And McGill shaves the outside corner with a breaking ball. 3 strikeouts. He hit the ball hard his last time up to Rosario. And McGill somehow got out of a mess in the 14th. 0-2. Be Martinez, Devers, and Bogaerts. Red Sox had a great threat in the 14th. Had a threat in the 13th. In the 12th. Got a run in the 13th with Betts hitting the leadoff home run. Martinez on 3 pitches is gone. 1 away. 0 for 7 with 4 strikeouts.
27th strikeout of the game. Actually, that's 28th. My bad.
Shame on you. You're a pitcher.
Yeah.
You can't keep track of strikeouts.
You know, 9 inning game, 27 Ks. That's a perfect game. You know, I don't know.
Here's Devers. Fouled back. Good cut. He has 3 hits. He's driven in 2 runs. A marathon game again. The Twins had gotten to this point of the season and they played just 2 extra inning games and only 2 extra innings. Weekly hit. 2 hops to Crone. 2 down. And now Xander Bogaerts. Bogaerts 1 for 6. He's hit outfield flies his last 3 times. Beaten foul. By innings, the longest Twins game ever was 22 innings. So we've got a long ways to go. Up in his eyes and a swing and a miss.
There. Is that just I'm tired kind of swing right there? You know, we talk about how hard it is on players, these extra inning games. How about the umpires? They've been on their feet for nearly 5 hours.
I was thinking about that during the inning break, how, Mark Wagner had, one of the most enjoyable games he ever had last night. Now, it was, 2 hours and 43 minutes, but it was just a beauty of a ball game. Pop up, short center. There's nobody there.
Oh, my.
And they collide in the outfield. And Bogaerts will go to second base and will make sure everybody's okay. Scope was on the infield on that side, and he just looked up like he expected an outfielder to make the catch. Rosario got to the vicinity, but then bailed with the ball landing between Cave and Rosario. And luckily, someone was able to retrieve the ball. And it'll be a Texas League double for Bogaerts. And the Twins should be off the field here. Well, there are no bench players other than the catcher Castro left. So the hope is both Rosario and Cave are fine.
Well, Rocco's definitely protective of his guys and wants to make sure everybody's fine.
Well, it's a double. And it was hit in the Bermuda Triangle, if you will. But Rosario had a really long run, and Cave was, back in no doubles defense in the outfield too. So the irony is you play deep to prevent a double, and then the guy hits a lazy pop-up and it drops in for a double. The batter is Brock Holt, and he's picked up hits in his last 3 at bats. So now big out to get with 2 down in the inning. Holt takes strike 1. Will have the middle of their lineup due up. In the bottom of the 15th, they prefer to have those guys hit in a tie game. 1 strike to Holt. Missing down and in.
McGill finding a little giddy up. 97 right there on that last pitch.
One and one. Just outside. Two and one to Holt. Breaking ball drops over. 2-2.
Well, McGill knows he's got to make a pitch again.
Two to Holt. Foul to the backstop.
Good hard breaking ball there. Started in the zone, broke out of the zone. Holt had to defend.
I haven't seen anybody strike out on a high fastball in the last 45 minutes, have we?
Well, I don't know if they've struck out. They've swung and fouled a couple off.
2-2 to Holt. Fouled back. Pitch elevated, and Holt was able to lift it over the backstop.
You notice there's a lot of deep breaths.
Well, Vasquez and Garver will be wiped out. The volume of pitchers they've caught, the volume of innings.
Yeah, they've been going up and down. Those knees are taking a beating.
Another 2-2 to hold. And another foul ball. You can almost see it in Garver's last at bat. He struck out and he just about collapsed in the batter's box. His legs were so weary. Health-wise, the Twins survived the collision in the outfield, and now McGill trying to get the Twins off the field. See if they can win this thing in the 15th. Strike three, he got him. McGill pitches around the bloop double, and it's still tied as we go to the bottom of the 15th. Castro's birthday.
Oh, but it's Blake Barker's.
Is it really?
It is.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Blake.
Eddie Rosario will lead things off as we go to the bottom of the 15th. You know, one thing, though, that is in the Boston Red Sox favor, they've got Velasquez out there, and he's been a swingman. He's been a reliever and a starter, so I tend to believe that he's in a little bit better physical condition to pitch these extra innings. Twins are warming up Zach Littell, I believe, out there. He's the last reliever out there, unless they've sent a starter out there. Middle of the Twins lineup: Rosario, Crone, and Kepler.
How about if we never get to that? Let's go ahead and end it right here.
Rosario with a broken bat single his last time up. Fouled back, got a pitch over the inside edge, and he tried to jerk it over the wall. Velasquez entered the ball game with a 1-run lead. Kepler blasted one into the second deck in right field. Since then, he's retired all 6 batters. Just missing 1-1.
Good take right there.
We talked about Velasquez. He's had some control issues. Rosario not the most likely guy to draw a walk. A drive to right field. It's hit well and hard off the wall. Rosario digging for second. What a retrieve by the right fielder Betts. Rosario's in with a double. Well, my goodness, he played that ball perfectly. The leadoff man is on, and he's on at second base.
To Dick's point, watch this ball off the wall. Mookie Betts just, I mean, you can't get rid of it any quicker than that. Trouble is, the throw wasn't on line, and Eddie slides into second anyway. But watch how he plays this off the wall. Just bare hands it, turns around, and a little offline.
Crone with 2 hits and a walk tonight. Down the right field line, and a foul ball.
Are you asking too much for a base hit right here? I mean, you know, it is a new day. It's a new day.
I get the sense, Jack, you want to go home.
It's a new day. We got a game tonight.
1 strike to Crone. Down and away. Rosario's trying to play a little game with Velasquez, and Holt's trying to play a little game with Rosario.
Well, let's just.
We've already seen Vasquez pick off a runner at third.
Right. Let's not have that happen again. Let the game take its course here. No question Eddie can score on a base hit.
Down and away. It's 2-1. 2-1 to C.J. Cron. Liner to the first base.
No.
He'll be doubled off second. Unbelievable.
The baseball gods. Well, it's great defense by Boston. Great positioning by the coaching staff. Bad luck for C.J. Cron and even worse luck for Eddie Rosario.
2 steps, that's all it took.
Yeah, he was going on contact because he thought that ball was shot into right field. Chavez has to wait and make sure somebody gets there, and then he flips it on the run to Bogaerts, who doubles him off.
And now Kepler. Kepler homered his last time up. Down and away, ball 1. Boy, you had a hitter's count to C.J. Cron, who might be having a career year this year, and he hits a liner right at the first baseman. One and one. Tap foul, 1-2. Each team has had opportunities in the late or extra innings.
There's yesterday's starter right there, David Price.
Red Sox started their 10th inning with a double by Brock Holt. Now the Twins get a double leading off the inning by Rosario. Two and two to Kepler. Three and two, Sano on deck. Kepler entered the game in the 6th inning. Pinch hit for Gonzalez. This is just his 5th plate appearance. Drove in a run with a single in the 8th. Hit the leadoff home run in the 13th to tie it. Strike 3. And we'll head to the 16th inning, tied at 3. In a marathon.
Rafael Devers way back yesterday somewhere. Gets a base hit. Max Kepler pinch hits and he drives in the tying run at the time. Game tied is 2. Mookie Betts keeps it fair, hits the screen down the left field foul pole, and then Max Kepler, the game on the line, he ties it up again. They're tied at 3-3. 12:16 a.m. and it's quite a game, actually.
Earlier I was talking about the 22 inning game the Twins played against the Brewers. There was one at the Metrodome. I should have brought that one up too because I broadcast the game. It was 22 innings against the Cleveland Indians. Pedro Munoz walked off the Indians with a home run in the bottom of the 22nd inning. The time of the game, 6 hours and 17 minutes.
Okay. I don't want to set any records for you now.
Swung on and missed. I was a newly married man at the time, and I was probably the only guy who pulled into the house at 2:30 in the morning, and my wife knew exactly where I was.
The only guy.
1-1. And outside 2-1. Twins scored a run in the bottom of the 9th to tie that game. And then both teams went scoreless. 10th, 11th, 12th, 3rd, all the way to the bottom of the 22nd inning. 2-2. Batters Michael Chavis, and it'll be Jackie Bradley Jr., Christian Vasquez. Zach Littell is the pitcher, the last reliever for the Twins.
Well, I think you just have to throw it down and away. There's no two-strike approach here for anybody. Stay away and just rear back and let it go. 97.
Barney Gelner is on a cot somewhere on by the extension of the Twins dugout.
Yeah, I had the grounds crew wake me up for the 16th, but I've been watching in the dugout, and Rod Carew is standing at the rail with a hot cup of coffee right now that it's after midnight. That seems like a good idea. There are 2 Gatorade jugs in the middle of the dugout. One of them is empty, and in the last half inning, Nelson Cruz had it on his head. I'm thinking like rally cap style, but the guys they're locked in. You can tell everybody's been up at the rail for the most part. Sometimes the coach will come down and fire guys up a little bit, but you also see some of that late inning almost delirium setting in at times.
Marty, I think you need to contact Rod after the game and ask him if he thinks this is a good idea.
He might be regretting that I'd like to join you in the dugout thing.
He's probably telling stories about his longest game.
May have been talking about that 22-inning game against Milwaukee. 2 strikes. Sharply hit, backhanded. And Sano throws him out 2 down. Nice play by Sano.
Yeah, strong throw across the diamond.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Littell, because he was called up earlier and he had 1 good outing and 1 horrible outing. But he was called up a few days ago, hasn't gotten into a game. And he's put on the spot here. And he struck out the first guy, got the next guy, and now Christian Vasquez. Vasquez is 1 for 6.
Again, we can talk all we want about the length of this game, but every pitcher, every pitch, it's do or die.
And strike 1. Littell looks awfully fresh. 1 strike. Missing outside. We've seen increased velocity from Littell. He's taken a lot of Wes Johnson's biomechanics, and he's taken it to heart, and he said the results were immediate in terms of sharpness on his breaking ball, increased velocity. 1-1. He's pitching like he's a 16th inning weapon.
He is right now.
One and 2. Pitch number 12 of the inning coming up. Got a piece. Almost got the 3 outs needed here in the 16th on a dozen pitches, and wouldn't that be refreshing just to have a 1-2-3 inning. Twins haven't had one of those on the mound since Duffy struck out the side in the 11th. One and 2. Now 2 and 2.
"17 pitchers in this game, Dick, but only 2 catchers. 1 on each side. They've had a catch the entire game. They're a different breed, no question."
Tapper toward the hole, under the glove of Polanco, and the inning will continue. And now the Twins have to pitch to Betts. If Polanco had fielded it, he would have had ample time, one would think, to throw out Vasquez.
It'll be a hit.
Betts was intentionally walked in the 14th. That strategy worked out great. It filled the bases, but McGill got Benintendi.
Eduardo Nunez coming in to pitch run for Vasquez.
And Leon will pick up the catching duties.
This is Mookie Betts way back in the 13th inning. Just stayed fair. A little excitement in the Red Sox dugout until the bottom half of the inning when Max Kepler tied it up.
Strike at the knees. One strike to Betts. Up high. Betts walked and scored in the 4th. Was held hitless until his home run in the 13th. 1-1 from Littell. Fouled back 1-2.
95 there.
Which has to look faster when players are having their 8th plate appearance.
Yeah, I got to believe they're all getting a little tired. One and two. About the Red Sox ability to steal bases up and down the lineup. Nunez has 5 steals in 6 tries. Popped up, but it's going to come back out of play. Got 2 quick outs and the ground ball single under the glove of Polanco. Now 1-2 to Betts. I don't know that Littell's going to pick anybody off with that move. It seems like he raises his arm up and then turns, tipping the runner off that he's throwing over there. And the first thing you have to do is step off, and he has kind of like Rios showed us in last night's game. He kind of have a jump step, and you got to really be careful. An umpire will call a balk on that.
Popped up. This is in play. Crone. And a nice inning for Zach Littell. We head to the bottom of the 16th. Sox tied it. Bottom of the Twins lineup will face Velasquez here in the 16th. Miguel Sano, Jake Cave, and Jonathan Schoop. Velasquez weaved his way out of the situation he found himself in the 15th inning. The leadoff double, and Crone lined into a double play, and then Kepler was called out on strikes. Now Sano, Cave, and Schoop. Leone catching. Sano with a really tough night at the plate. 0 for 6 with 4 strikeouts. Low, ball 1. Oh, you came back. I thought you left me.
You know,
the thought occurred to you, didn't it? Big cut by Sano.
Careful what you wish for.
1-1. Well, I know it's been long for everybody, particularly the players on the field, but I'm really glad that the major leagues do not play the extra innings like they do in the minor leagues, where they start with a runner at second base. I hope that never gets here.
I agree.
1-1. Ask me again in a couple innings. Driven foul, 1-2. Of the 3 hitters who will hit here in the 16th, only one has a hit, and that was Scope back in the 5th inning. One and 2 to Miguel Sano. On the outside corner. For Sano, his 5th strikeout of the night. 1 down, and that'll bring up Cave.
Well, another generous call, but at this point, I guess you got to be taking a hack at it.
Cave 0 for 5. He was hit by a pitch in the 9th. And now a trip to the mound by Alex Cora, and the trainer, I believe, is coming out with. They're going to check on Velasquez.
Well, he's in his 4th inning of work,
which is a workload, but again, he started some games for the Red Sox. And I shouldn't presume anything because he's made 7 starts, but and this is his 19th game, total of 34 2/3 innings. So those may have been glorified openers for the Red Sox. Well, they're leaving him in.
He's been stretching quite a bit in between pitches, and
here's Cave. Outside, ball 1. Cave on the first pitch he saw hit a bullet to center field. It was caught by Bradley. He hasn't made solid contact since. Tap to the right side. 2 away, and that'll bring up Scope. Regarding that long game back in 1993, I can still remember. I can still see Pedro Munoz's drive going over the baggie in right field. And there have been a lot of pop-ups and ground balls pulled. And finally, in the 22nd inning, Munoz decided to go with the pitch, and he hit one to the opposite field. And we'll see what Scope does here. 1 for 6 with 3 strikeouts. Swung on and missed. Well, here's a day brightener. We don't have a day game tomorrow. We have a night game
today.
Later today.
Tonight.
Lace to left. Scope is aboard, and that will get Polanco to the plate. A 2-out single, and now Polanco will bat. Since his leadoff single in the first inning a decade ago, he's gone 0 for 6.
Here's that last pitch. See, it was a fastball, middle of the strike zone away, and he crushed it. 110-mile-an-hour exit velocity.
Hot ground ball. Nice play by Chavis. And we get to go to the 17th inning, tied at 3.
The guy who's pitching tonight, Al Gibson, hanging out with his buddies, and they haven't sent him home early. I don't know if he'd even want to go.
Well, if you've been with us this long, this is our message to our viewers.
Absolutely.
If you hung with us to this point, you want to see how this ends.
Well, and we appreciate everybody who has hung in there with us. Still a few loyal fans here at the ballpark tonight.
17th inning, and Andrew Benintendi will lead things off against Zach Littell, who had a really nice 16th inning. And line out of the reach of scope. Benintendi has another hit. His third of the ball game, but his first since the 6th inning. This will be a game that will cause, one would think, roster changes for tomorrow's game. J.D. Martinez will bat.
Are they still in Columbus? Phone's ringing right now.
0 for 7.
It'll be 1:30 in the morning Eastern time.
4 strikeouts and a double play grounder. It's been a long, bad night for J.D. Martinez. 1 strike. I don't know that anybody would have any life in their legs to try to steal a base at this point of the day. But Benintendi does have 7 steals in 9 tries. "17 hits for the Red Sox."
Amazing thing is all these innings and nobody has committed an error tonight for either team.
Yeah, that's right. And there have been some good plays made in the field. Sano made a good one an inning or so ago, or I guess last inning. And each team has had opportunities to win this game before this 17th inning. There he goes. He takes off, swung on and missed on the throw into center field. He picks himself up, and now Benintendi to third, and he'll reach. Enough life in the legs to steal a base and then pop up and take the extra base. Runner at third, nobody out. Error will be charged to Garver. You know, Sooner said there was an error, or weren't any errors. Now Scope got to find a way to knock that ball down, don't you? And now the infield is in. 2 strikes to Martinez. Strike 3. Garver didn't hang on to it, but a check swing. 1 away. And Martinez is 0 for 8 with 5 strikeouts.
Take another look from the side angle. JD never really hit the ball, and Garver couldn't squeeze it. His hand's probably getting tired.
Infield in, 2 aside for Devers. Chopped up the line. No play coming home, and Crone will flip. 2 down. Incredibly, Benintendi still at third. 2 away, and now Bogaerts.
Got a question for you.
I'm not sure I have an answer.
Yeah, you have baseball knowledge. If the runner turns around and goes back home, running down the first baseline, does the fielder have to throw it to first?
No, I don't believe so. If he aborts his pursuit of the base.
Which he did, right?
Right. Here's Bogaerts. Doubled his last time up. Earlier a single. Infield, of course, back now. Tapper to third. Sano across the diamond, got him. And the Red Sox had a runner at third with nobody out and didn't score. Is 5 hours and 12 minutes at this point. 5 hours and 32 minutes. We have an issue out in the outfield, and I'm not sure what it is or whether it might involve Velasquez. He's just slammed the ball down on the turf because I think whatever the issue was last inning has resurfaced here in the 17th. Brian Johnson is getting loose, but Velasquez seems unable to continue here into his 5th inning of work. They came out in the 16th inning, and then he was able to get through that, and late in his warm-up tosses something happened, and now they're looking at his right arm.
Well, they're making him squeeze the hand of the trainer.
So he's got to come out of the game, and I can't believe there's an arm injury or he wouldn't have spiked the ball like that. So maybe it's his back. We'll wait. Well, here comes Johnson, and he'll get as much time as he needs to get loose on the game mound. He threw a few pitches out there, but I don't think he's close to being ready. He's got a big grin on his face. There was a game like this a few years ago, and Chris Davis, first baseman for the Orioles, not only pitched about this time in the game, he got the win. And we're almost to that point. Twins have used all their relievers, and now Johnson comes in here under some injury situation to Velasquez.
Well, my scorecard says that Marcus Walden, the only reliever on either pen, still available.
Yeah.
A right-hander for the Red Sox who hasn't been in the game yet.
He pitched Sunday in Baltimore, an inning and 2/3. So here's your chance to make the 2019 Google All-Star ballot a Bomba ballot. 9 different Twins are in the running for the top spot at their respective position. You can help make sure your Twins are represented at this year's All-Star game. The good news is, if you voted when I read this promo earlier in the ball game, it's a new day. You've got 5 more votes. You can receive access to a $10 ticket for the Twins Rangers series leading into the All-Star break. To learn more and to vote, visit twinsbaseball.com/vote. Johnson apparently is about ready to pitch to Mitch Garver. Garver hit a few balls hard, but I think we saw a leg-weary catcher strike out swinging in the 14th inning. Garver doubled way back in the 6th inning. In the dirt, ball 1. Johnson's numbers not good. A lot of hits, too many walks, 3 home runs.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Strike, and it's 1-1. Down and away, 2-1. The Twins have not taken a walk since the 12th inning. Toward the hole. From the hole. Bogaerts throws out at first on a close play. And the Twins will look at it. Garver peels his helmet back in frustration, trying to beat out an infield hit after catching 17 innings.
That's a sign of frustration right there. Mitch doesn't do that, but hustling down the line all the way. Look at how quickly Bogart gets rid of the ball. One hops it, And I'm sure if the camera was in slow motion, we'd see that the ball beat him to the bag.
Here is Arias. He entered the game as a pinch runner after Cruz walked in the 12th. Then he hit a bullet in his first plate appearance in the 14th inning, right to the third baseman. Arias steps up to the front of the batter's box. We've seen him do that. We've seen video of him doing it in the minor leagues. 1 strike. And he finds a hole. And Arias gets a base hit. Didn't hit that ball nearly as well as he did his line out in the 14th.
Well, the Twins got a runner aboard.
And their freshest legs possible with Rosario coming up.
Sandy Leon has taken over behind the plate.
Arias not much of a base stealer, but we saw what can happen when someone steals second if the throw isn't fielded. I think the Twins here would love to have Rosario hit with a runner at first. Push bunt foul. He almost stepped out of the batter's box, and that's what Alex Cora is saying, that he was out of the batter's box. It's not a reviewable play.
There's no lines left. He's still in.
Well, he's got his foot out. That's all this game needs. I know why Alex Cora is upset, because they still are going to have to pitch to Rosario.
Well, again, I don't know the rule, and I should.
You got to stay in the batter's box.
Yeah, but is the chalk part of the batter's box? If it is, which you always see guys digging out the back line, right? So if the chalk is still part of the batter's box, he's still in the batter's box.
1 strike to Rosario. And now Alex Cora still. Now he's going to call in first base umpire Jim Reynolds to see whether Jim Reynolds saw anything.
Well, Sandy Leon getting in the face of home plate umpire Jeremy Reddick. Been a long game for everybody.
Dug out by Leon, and Arias scampers back to the bag. Rosario drilled a double off the fence in right center field his last time up. Inside.
Let it hit you. Easier said than done.
This is now officially the 5th longest Twins game by time. Two and 1 to Rosario, and that's fouled into the seats. I'm amazed. It's almost 1 o'clock, and I'm amazed at the number of fans who are still here.
Yeah. Well, they may be projecting that they're going to see a little history.
And Arias just came in from Columbus, so he's got some fresh legs. Rosario would love to hit another double here. Dilled into the right field corner.
There it is.
Arias around second, on his way to third. Rounding third, he's being held.
Eddie's shaking his head. That's not his call. Eddie Rosario frustrated, but that's all on Tony Diaz, the third base coach. And he thought the throw might beat him, so I guess better safe than sorry. Only 1 out.
The ball looked like it hit the fence and stayed right close to the fence, and I thought with that Arias, who, as you can see, scampers pretty well, but
look where the throw is.
Yeah, it was probably the right call. Go, go, go. Well, you could see Arias was still 20 feet from third base when Betts started to retrieve the ball out of the corner. The infield will come in, the outfield will come in. C.J. Cron has a chance to become my favorite Twin ever. Garber almost beat out the infield here.
Brian Johnson could become my favorite by just throwing one in the dirt here. Launching one to the screen.
So the instructions given everybody in the infield. In fact, the Red Sox are bringing in an outfielder to help out in the infield. Betts came in from right field. They'll position him.
They're walking Cron now.
They're going to walk Cron and at least set up the lefty-lefty matchup with Kepler. But again, you're dealing with a guy who's had a hard time throwing strikes, and now he's got to. The margin for error you had is gone, and you need to get 2 outs. Kepler's driven in 2 of the 3 runs. 3 infielders to the right side of second base as we look at the field. 2 infielders to the other side. And the outfielders coming in, playing right center, almost straightaway center field. Leone digs it out. Anything hit to the outfield grass to the left of second base, almost anything, would drop for a hit. They've got Benintendi, and now he's moving a few steps over toward left field. One and 0 to Kepler. Fair ball down the line. Kepler does it. A walk-off winner in 17 innings. They'd like to dump Gatorade on him, but the Gatorade buckets are empty. That's how long this game has been.
5 hours and 45 minutes later, Max Kepler comes through. I don't know if there's going to be much of a celebration. They're all walking back now. But you know what? Twins feel better than the Red Sox do.
Alex Cora screaming at the umpires. This is not pretty. As the umpires are trying to get to their locker room, a violent reaction by the Boston manager and coaches. Max Kepler with his 3rd run producing hit in a 17-inning game.
Well, only 4 runs scored by the Twins, and Max Kepler drives in 3 of them. This one beats the first baseman right down the line. Arias comes in to score the winning run.
So many factors in this ball game, not the least of which certainly the fact that Velasquez was unable to throw a pitch in this inning. And the Twins were down by a run in the top of the 13th on the Betts home run. And Kepler finally stung one right down the line. And now everybody can go home, at least for a little while. Final score 4-3, and Kepler driving in Arias, who started the rally with a base hit, and he entered the game in the 12th inning. Well, Barney Gelder with the man of the morning.
Yeah, no kidding. It's morning. It's the next day. Max, when you step to the plate with the bases loaded and 1 out in the 17th inning, what are you thinking?
Just put the ball in play, get a good pitch to hit, put it in play. You know, we put so many balls in play today, it just didn't fall, and it didn't go our way. That's why it took us, 17, 18 innings? And I just...
Come on! Come on! That's brutal! That's brutal!
But even after 17, that has to feel pretty good.
Yeah, let's go, man, get a good night's rest.
You also hit a game-tying single. You hit a game-tying home run. I'm trying to recall everything that you did since coming in the sixth inning. Did anything about your night feel like you might have a little something special in your bat tonight?
No, you know, before the game started, it was my off day, so I thought I was going to get to rest my legs today, but, you know, I got put in the game, and it's baseball, so made some good plays in the outfield and put contact on the ball.
Yeah, how about that? You came in the sixth inning and you still played 11 innings tonight. I'm going to let you go. We'll wrap this up, but I just want to know the lift that a team gets after grinding through this long night to come out and have this kind of celebration after midnight. What does that do for a team?
I mean, it's a win. At the end of the day, it's a win, and that's all that matters.
Congrats on that win, Max.
Thank you.
Max Kepler drove in the winning run. It took a while, but the Twins got there. They win Game 2 over the Red Sox tonight. We will bring you Twins Live and show you this walk-off celebration coming up next on Fox Sports North.